Hey everybody, hopefully things are working. We had a lot of technical difficulty setting things up. We always do. So you're gonna hear that probably at the top of every stream, and you pretty much have for every stream we've ever run. So that's great. But today was an extra special day where we had to do a lot of stuff. So I'm sorry for those of you that sat there waiting for like 2 hours for me to get this working, but I'm thankful that you did, because now we get to play Other Skies for the first time in a couple of months. We have a bunch of stuff set up for this universe, a bunch of stuff that we can roll into. We have not started the full campaign yet. We'll be doing that in the not too distant future. Right now we're in one of our mini campaigns that's setting up the universe. We got this heist situation that's playing now. It's really exciting. We'll have the characters, well, the players that run those characters, talk a bit about that, and we'll kind of do a recap. Also, happy Halloween. But let's go ahead and flip over to everybody else, and then we can just have them kind of introduce themselves and their characters and get moving. It's going to take a second for it to refresh. Hopefully it doesn't break. Hey, there they are. Yep, weird that that is like that, but okay. So this is everybody. Hopefully they are going to be able to be heard. We'll keep an eye on the audio situation here on the stream, because that was something that was being difficult earlier. I'm sure you're going to still hear some crackling or any of those performance problems, but this was more like we couldn't actually unmute people. So let's go ahead and have people introduce themselves and their characters. I know you don't know a lot about your character, but you should know a little bit enough now to talk about them on some level. And even if you just have to kind of play out for yourself what this means, what your character is, because it has been 2 months since the last session in here. So I expect there to be some hiccups and all that. That's fine. This isn't even the campaign. This is one of the mini arcs setting it up, so it's not that big of a deal if we're kind of retrofitting personalities into our characters, or you know, messing with a little bit of like how we retconning the kind of the ideas that we may have been bouncing around. You all have some various agenda stuff that I sent you regarding your character and their personality. So just keep that in mind, and let's go ahead and roll into it. And I'm just going to pick one of you randomly. Mad Cow, why don't you go ahead and get us started?
You should start with somebody else.
Okay.
I didn't see a roll. I didn't see a roll.
All right. Do you want? I just looked randomly, but okay. Let's do a roll then, since you want to do a roll. I like rolling dice. I have my dice bag in front of me. It's actually a tobacco bag, but let's go ahead and
an update from Pixel Dice.
Is tobacco allowed on Twitch?
I don't think so. There's no tobacco in here though, just dice.
Sorry for that.
The word is. I mean, it might be.
Pixel Dice just sent out an update. They're, I think, oh man, I forgot when they were saying they were going to be released, but, or the Kickstarter backers are going to get their stuff.
All right, there's the D4. I'm going to roll it.
I think not till next year though.
Not till next year. There's a bunch of cool dice Kickstarters I was following. One of them is for, they're all coins. They're like all coin dice, and they are they have like they're machined to be hollow and have tracks with like essentially a ball bearing in there that rolls down one of the sides, so you just flip them.
I've seen, yeah, that's
they're very cool, and they have about the same randomization curve as like Chessex dice or whatever. So
that's cool. They're
pretty expensive though, because they're all like highly machined, you know, metal things. It's like each die is like $20, but they're very cool. Yeah, I mean, you could roll that one underwater and be pretty cool with it.
Hell yeah, dude! Scuba diving and the fucking Marianas Trench.
There's long descents into the
you know. So yeah, Society and I are wearing little costume things for Halloween. I might be taking this off halfway because it's really hot, but it is it's my Enterprise era uniform. Just the jacket part. So anyway, here's the die. I'm gonna roll it. One is gonna be Society. One is Society, and he's a cat. 1 is Society. 2 is Psycho Cough. 3 is Lord Venom, and 4 is gonna be Mad Cow. All right, so I'm just gonna shake it up in my hand and then put it on the top of the, so you'll see it on camera what it is. Still don't have my I guess I could pull my tower out, but that's a lot to hold up to the camera. I'm not gonna do that. All right, it is that number. What is
my
it?
number.
1. It's you.
1.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, it was you. So go ahead.
Hello. I'm Society. I stream with these guys on Screen Room, and I do have a channel, and sometimes I like to do that too, but mostly not.
Mostly not.
But I play,
If you want to follow me, it's down below you there.
That's true. Yeah, you can
Right,
totally follow
right
me.
over there.
I do have intentions to stream more, but like we all. But I play Wilfred Simmons. He is basically a dude who has spent almost his entire life in jail. He tried to join the military and got kicked out like instantly for being like basically trafficking in like illegal substances for people and things like that. So in jail, I just did the same thing, right? Became a fixer, got shit done for people, got pretty good at it. There were a lot of people that became pretty mad at me for helping people do things, and a couple people tried to kill me a couple times. So like there's been at least like 3 attempts on my life, I believe. I can't remember the exact number, but he's really no stranger to death, and expected to be spent the rest of his life behind bars before he was transferred, and then given a job and a place to live, and like with no warning or say. And you know, he didn't say shit, he didn't speak up because he seemed pretty good. So, but it became apparent pretty quickly that it was for a reason, and now we know that reason: to steal some shit.
Yes.
Let's steal some shit.
Pretty good.
All right.
At that.
Next up, 3, 2, 3, Venom.
Hey guys, I am Lord Venom 1. Excited to be playing again. Traveler, and always been a fan of sort of classic science fiction. So looking forward to playing. I play Katsumi Tsukamoto, goes by Suka. He grew up in a little community here on Luna, sort of just a refugee community. They kind of try to take some of the old world aspects with them, so it's kind of a traditional upbringing, so to speak. He got into his family business, was sort of scraping by reselling cargo space, kind of sub reselling cargo space for trips around the system, and sort of gradually expanded that business, but eventually, and he was a broker during that time, but eventually succumbed to the peer pressure to join the local gang and move up through those ranks, basically doing whatever he needed to do to do that, to get by and to grow within the organization, the Cerberus gang. So he is now got roped into this, where he hasn't been told all that much about going on, but basically this whole mission of pretending to be a maintenance person and fulfilling
which you've been set up for months, by the way. We'll get into that more in a minute, but
he also is may or may not be addicted to Smash.
Nice. Smash Brothers, he means.
Yeah, well,
Smash Brothers.
I mean,
No, it's a drug. Okay, so I'm just gonna use a d6 and roll highs, lows now, because there's just 2 of you. So we'll do highs, Psycho, since he's up on top, and lows, Meko. So d6. Oh wait, can you see the top? 2. So that's lows. So it's you, Meko.
Yeah, so I guess we stream on Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. We hang out there when we do that. I don't really stream on my stream that much, every once in a while, but as far as this character goes, Tanner Cook. Has been a thief his whole life. Got some shit stolen from him by this fellow rogue, and continued thieving, and then a little while later, part of this gambling ring I was in, like, caught this guy stealing from them, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. This guy's a good guy. I didn't want to backstab him, basically, and turn him in, and he became a good friend of mine. And then eventually I left the thieving ring, and I was like, oh, how can I be kind of like, you know, more under the radar thief and kind of just do whatever I want to do? And I was like, I'll become a cop. So I became a cop, and I've been kind of undercover thieving and stealing and doing thieving shit as a cop.
No one ever suspects the cop.
Yeah,
That's great.
He's got a thieving shit tattoo on his back, his whole back.
thieving, yeah.
Yes, be
Thieving
careful in
shit.
the locker room.
Yeah,
That's fucking great.
so yeah, that's what I am. And then I remember I was talking to people last time, got some information from them, and I think that's pretty much all I remember about last time. So yeah.
All right, and that just leaves you, Psycho. I'm not going to roll for it because that would be dumb.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. Gamer mostly, video games, but I do GM my own Pathfinder First Edition game at a local tabletop here. And this is like the only virtual tabletop RPG that we do, or I do, so I'm excited to get back into it. I kind of miss it.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to do much recently, so I'm happy to try and get rolling again. Which is one of the reasons I wanted to have multiple campaigns, even. So.
Yeah, definitely. But my character in this campaign, or short run, or whatever it's called, is Scott Shales. He's the old man. He's tried a bunch of different jobs and they didn't work out, and had some success as an entertainer until he had to quit that. Then as a Marine, and then had to quit that, and then went into the sciences and do some shenanigans in that job. He ended up getting roped into the current heist, as it were.
Only in Traveler would you have a character that starts with 4 different jobs backgrounds.
Yeah. It's
But
true.
he's in his late 60s, so like
Right. That's kind of the point, though. There wouldn't be a lot of other systems where you would start a level. A guy that's in his 60s.
Of it.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
So it's kind of make or break for him.
Yeah, I love the character creation in Traveler.
Yeah, it's really cool. I have some tables that I want to roll on that I have built for the main campaign in 2512 that will kind of go on top of that. So it's like, here, if you want to roll like some random stuff to see if you want to start as like a male or female or like agender or whatever, then you could just roll it randomly and kind of go through like all. That's just one of them. Obviously there's a bunch of them, so I have different nationalities from Earth and like different where you've like, are you like basically a belter, like Expanse style, right? I've got that on the table, all kinds of things. So you don't have to roll that, but those are good things to kind of get you moving narratively, like, you know, how you
It's a good
position.
jump starting point.
Yeah. But that'll
But
be
I
in
lost my
2512
notes for this character, so that's pretty much all I know about what's going on.
That's all right. You did some hacking. last time, and we can get into that and the details of what happened. But I'm gonna first kind of have you guys say what you remember happening and what you think the job was and all that stuff, and I'll try and like correct. I know it's been 2 months, right? So we're all gonna have, even me. I have notes here though that help. So that's my superpower, is that I wrote things down months ago. But but not everything that happened, right? So we'll move through it and kind of come to terms with where we think we all are in agreement. But first, let's go ahead and jump into the intro, and we'll see you guys in just a few.
The year's 2512 and humanity lives among the stars. Used to be folks thought that when we got there we'd reach out and those stars would melt away all our problems. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. No, we took them all out there with us into the dark, where they could mutate and fester. Thing is, we took the beauty too. All the splendor and majesty that we could muster. Couldn't even say how many worlds we live on now. We've always been heading for an ugly end. Might just be we found ourselves a new beginning. All right, we're back, but it's going to take a second for it to load in because that's the way things work now. There it is. Yeah, I don't know why we have to do that. I don't know why we have to make it refresh that bit each time. But yeah, so the music is not playing now, however. Good start.
Oh.
There it goes. We're good. So let's go ahead and get into the recapping of what we're talking about just a few moments before. So who would like to start between the four of you?
I don't mind. I took some notes.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
So you had been working as maintenance people on Luna at Artemis Base, which is not yet turned to Artemis City, for months through strange orders that were presented to all of you. You were kind of basically not doing much work, right? You were being presented with weird jobs. Your supervisor kind of guy was just like checking things off and letting you go. Kind of trying to avoid talking to you. He also started wearing fancier and fancier clothes and, like nice watches and that kind of a thing over time. And eventually the day that you came into work and got these orders, which that's when I wanted you guys to start talking about, he was gone. He was like, basically didn't show up to work that day. He did offer to buy you guys a drink though, but that already happened. So.
I mean, you could do it if you want.
Well, I'm trying to get you to talk about like post job, so that
Gotcha.
the moment you get the jobs.
So I can just go over our orders too. So we got several orders on the console. We got a secure package A, which is software that we gotta that we have to copy, which is in a completely separate lab on the surface, lab 3. And then we got to secure package B, which is a large container from one of the labs, which we do not know. It could be 1 or 2. Then we have to secure low bursts for the Chosen, and we have to secure a Chosen DSV, which is like priority, the most important thing. Ideally, we have to install package A and package B to activate inside the DSV, and then we extract into orbit, or we launch into orbit and then wait extraction. And then all of our corporate debt will be removed, will be free, etc. So we have decided to split up, and
there was one other thing just to add into your notes there. So you were supposed to get the from one of the labs. You're supposed to get a software package as well, right? From which you said, which you did say for package A, you're supposed to get that software. And then you're supposed to get the big package from one of the other labs, which you don't know which one it is, and you said that already. You need to take the software package and load it into the DSV that you guys have chosen, and then do all that, which you basically said. The thing that you kind of I don't know, maybe you still remember it, but you are also supposed to erase several specific databases of the research in the lab where you get the where you get A, sorry.
I don't recall that, but
okay, cool. So
basically you're supposed to take the software thing and then erase the databases there. That's
gotcha. All. Okay, cool. So yeah, we've split up to go find more ground. Psycho has gone up to a secure console with a couple objectives in mind, which he was able to get through a little bit last time. He wanted more information on like the different labs, etc., and had a really cool hacking sequence where he got access into it. And he also wanted to gather some or try to create some work orders that would get us access to some of these places as maintenance crew. And then I went to lab 1, which I don't think we got to yet, and Venom went to lab 2, where he had to pass through some security, I believe. And I think he made it there, but I'm not sure if he made it inside. I think that was where we left off. So
the last thing we did was at the at Hope's launch when he was doing his hacking, or I should point this way, when he was doing his hacking.
And Macau went to the actual launch pad, basically, where it splits off to like the terminal, and he could see the DSVs lined up on the runway.
Was that Macau or was that Psycho?
That was Macau.
He did recon on like the ships and the security.
Oh, that's right.
He talked to one of the dudes,
talked
like
to
one
the
of
guard, like shot
right.
shit with
That's
the
right.
guard.
That's right.
And it was pretty good too. It was just super casual, but he got a ton of information out of it. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
And Psycho found a terminal. He found a secure terminal that he could use in one of the other environmental ones, not the one you worked in, but one of the other ones, where he then used that to gain access. Yeah. And Venom, I can't remember your characters' names. I should be using those.
I haven't been either.
I need to keep them up here. So Suka basically headed what would essentially be south past all the environmental control facilities and refining and then fabrication, made your way through security into the commercial R&D area, which is where Lab 2 is. But you didn't go past that. I have that written down, that you made it to commercial R&D, so I know that you're at least in there, which that connects to the lab.
Right to the
That's where the lab's
guard,
at.
or I was through the security guard, but then
you had just made it through.
I didn't go any further than that.
You had literally just made it through the security into commercial R&D, is what I have written down.
Yes, yeah.
So you have not access to the lab, but you're in the part of the city where the lab is now as a building. Right. It's not really a building. Right. It's actually built into one of the walls because this is mostly a subterranean structure. And again, when we actually go in character here, I'll set the scene. But like, I just want to make sure that we have in our heads where we're all at, because again, it's been 2 months. All right. So are there any questions about where you're at right now for any of the other players? Where are you at right now? I'm going to ask each of you. Where are you at right now, society? Where is Tanner? You're Tanner? Which one are you?
Lab 1.
You're not Tanner. Which one are you? Wilfred.
Oh,
you're Willie.
Willie.
Yeah, you're Tanner.
Willie. One-eyed Willie. Wet Willie.
Yeah, so where is Willie right now?
We'll
Say it again.
It. I'm in transit to Lab 1 right now. I haven't made it to security yet.
Where is Lance Sergeant Scott Shields?
I have no idea.
Former Lance Sergeant,
you were
I
at
guess.
At a secure console.
I think you are in environmental B, right? Because you guys were working in environmental A.
Yes,
so.
But then you were, I don't know, I feel like you were headed somewhere.
I think I finished.
Yes, you
filling
finished
out like a fake work order to get us into that
surface lab.
The surface lab.
That could work.
Well, literally the last thing that you did, I just watched the video like before we started, just to remind myself. Literally the last thing you did was complete that hack to get the information on where the 3 labs were, what their maintenance schedules were, like when the environmental systems were needed, all the changes, who was in charge of going to those visits, which you found Lawrence was one of the guys who had been going back and forth to lab 3 to change filters and all of that stuff. So that would be your contact to try and track down any information about that particular aspect. You also found the amount of people that had not been loaded into the DSVs yet, and kind of the overall setup of which DSVs were being loaded where. You guys had still not chosen which DSV to use, and because basically you guys had to pick one of the 7 ships, right, and say, this is the one we're gonna get on board, whichever way you mean to do so. There's no right answer, right? There's a lot of options for all of these things, so we're gonna figure out which one we're gonna get into, and then we're gonna hack it and get the right people loaded on board and stuff. But you did figure out where that was all happening and all that stuff, so you have access to a lot of things, but you still haven't made your next move. So I think the next thing that these guys have to do is like each of them kind of finish their, because the first thing you were doing was recon. You were scoping it all out, then you were gonna like come together and make your plan and do that. I remember that part of the plan. So I think that what we'll have to do is when we jump in character here is we'll jump into probably Willie first, because you were making your way to lab 1, and so we will go ahead and do that. But let me make sure. Yeah, because you had made it to you had just gone through security to Artemis University Central for Willie.
Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and set the scene.
One thing, sorry.
Go ahead.
Suka, didn't make it to lab 1 yet. They just made it through security.
They're in the lab 2.
Lab 2.
Or lab 2.
I'm in the little area, which is like a commercial.
Suka is at commercial R&D, which has multiple companies. Basically, they're research and development here that are supplied by the fabrication and refining facilities on Artemis. He's there just past the industrial things. He has not gone to the specific lab within that like basically quarter of the city.
So we're not certain which lab still contains which package, right?
Correct.
You don't have a clue. That the software is in lab 3 on the surface, but there's 3 labs. The big package, which is something like a meter and a half cube, is in one of the 3 labs. We don't know which. That's basically what I'm doing here would be to maybe casually gain entry and look around for a
that's kind of what I'm trying to do too. Okay, cool. I just wanted to
but we don't really know yet. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And didn't Macau discover something about one of the DSVs in particular, like the last one, something about security or like the low burst being loaded in?
So I remember that there was something I was gonna say over. I was gonna like text something, but then Cynycal was like, "Don't forget, it's not encrypted or something." I was like, "Oh, let's meet."
Oh, yeah.
But now I can't remember what that thing was that I was texting about. We're gonna text. Yeah. So there was something, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, it might have been.
I can't do it because I'm on stream and I'm like the source of the stream and stuff. But if you want to go to the YouTube and go back to that video, you can scrub through it. You can. One of you guys can do that, but I actually can't really do that.
You're just trying to get more views, but
Got him.
yeah.
I need to refresh a whole bunch of times.
I just wanted to set the scene a little bit. So it's a busy time on Luna because in a few days there's going to be the launching of these 7 ships that are like the first wave of ships to like go out beyond the solar system and do deep exploration. That's the deep space vehicle.
They're colony ships.
DSVs.
These are basically colony ships. Yeah.
And then this is
They were all part of
coinciding
this
with
big
the
project that took for years and
famous,
years, decades.
Treaty that's being signed for multiple. Like,
Correct. The Artemis Accords are being signed, which establishes Luna as an independent political entity in the solar system. It also establishes kind of a specific council, the Sol Commonwealth Council, which is sort of already exists as a like loose trade council that has been working for years and years, but that's sort of like they're elevating themselves now to a political structure. There's a lot of the people on that council are CEOs of companies and stuff like that. It's not like not very many of them are like elected officials from any type of governmental body. There's a lot of balkanization still on Earth. There are a few of those nations that do sit on that council. Luna would be given basically prime seat here because they're essentially the gateway into the rest of the solar system as part of this whole thing. One of the primary and most visually common people you have seen associating all the news reports and everything like that is Jared Assyrian, who is very, very old and kind of one of the he's very famous, especially on Luna, because of the events at the end of World War III, where he and your former characters from that previous event brought back all these technologies and scientists and stuff as this means of trying to survive what was viewed at the time as a coming apocalypse, this big filter moment. And you did bring back a number of those technologies, which has affected the technology that's available today in 2378. And that's why you have the amount of people that are fed. That's why you have the low births. All these different things are because of that expedition, which happened almost 100 years ago, right? That was a while ago. This guy is obviously, well, more than 100 years ago, really. This guy's very old, Jared Assyrian. He's like ancient, and he looks pretty ancient too. But he's been a big proponent of Hope's Reach, this project, pushing for it in a lot of ways. His whole company, Assyrian Industries, has been doing such, and is one of the primary companies involved in the construction of the DSVs and even Hope's launch itself. You have him like on basically every screen you walk past, right? Every like little hollow visual as you walk through the corridors and the various areas of Artemis base here, and you're being advertised left and right. Every news report has Jared Assyrian's face on it and talking about the Artemis Accords and talking about the tip of the spear of Hope's Reach and how this is our first foray into interstellar space. And there's a lot of like speeches being given, especially by Jared Assyrian, and a lot of that leans towards assuring humanity's survival and at all costs, and doing what is necessary to preserve the species. And the great cost that it took of decades and decades to get Hope's Reach to where it is today, and the future sacrifices that we'll have to make to continue the project and to assure that we don't burn out as a species and just disappear like a candle being snuffed out. There's a lot of that going around, a lot of that sentiment going around in this event, but it's also somewhat a time of celebration. A lot of people were using this as like especially on Luna, there's a lot of celebration. Like people, oh, we're becoming a political entity. Oh, that's cool. A lot of people are like, it's almost filled with nationalism with that to some degree. There's also a lot of protests happening. There's a number of Earth First protests happening all around, which you've seen some of them. They're peaceful protests, but because they get shut down very, very, very quickly by Luna security when they aren't. But there are a number of peaceful protests around the area, especially around Hope's Landing, which is where you originally landed in the rocket back in the day, which is now like an interior park, basically. And the gates of the launch ring, which do go to deep space passenger escape orbit, and of course, most famously now, Hope's launch, where all the DSVs are being moved to and built there, many of them, for their intended launch by Launch Ring A, which is a thing that Luna is quite famous for. It has A and B, two launch rings that they're called rings because they encircle a large portion of the lunar surface. They kind of extend upwards eventually and essentially act as a magnetic catapult to launch things into space cheaply. So when launching from Luna, you don't have to spend any fuel at all, which is a big deal when your ship is as big as these motherfuckers. So that's one of the reasons that the launch rings were even built in the first place, was the Hope's Reach project. Anyway, so that's the political scene.
Wanted to set the scene. So it's a wild time on Luna. Probably every person on Luna is probably involved in this, getting these ships off, and then the celebrations and the protests and a lot of activity. Follow-up question: so how many days do we have before that happens?
3 days.
So 3 days. So this is a day. We have
3 days from the end of today. So this would be,
and then it launches.
At the end of this day, you'll have 3 days.
Okay. All right, good enough. So that sets the clock for this operation.
And from the gist of the orders you were given and kind of how they were written and everything, you would gather the reason for that timing is that, like, they don't want these things to be caught, right? And like, you wouldn't have been able to do the shuffle of the personnel unless it was like last minute and you get away, because they're going to find stuff out. Like, the goal is to basically get the situation done, be as peaceful as possible, not cause a ruckus, not kill anybody unless you absolutely have to, and then to launch and be at full power so that they can't fucking do anything about it if they find out. Right. Because they might find out like a few days later or something, and that's like,
we gotta thread the needle.
Right.
I've never killed anybody.
It's very time sensitive.
My sword has killed many.
Okay, well, moving on from there, our camera now, once again, flying through the atmosphere of Earth. We see the clouds whipping by the camera as it moves quickly in this nighttime sky that tilts upward ever towards the stars that twinkle as the clouds disappear away. And eventually in the distance we see the brilliant orb of Luna that we head towards almost at impossible speeds. It coming into focus clearly, all these little lights dancing across its surface, 7 of them brighter than others. This ring that goes like this on one side and like this on the other, that each meet at the central point that you can see of Artemis, what is becoming Artemis City. There are other, of course, large bases on Luna, and there are even some small trains that you can kind of see some lights moving from between those bases out to Tranquility, out to so specifically we have Changxi base, which is in Tranquility. Artemis itself is built along the Shackleton crater, right along the edge, which is eternally passed into darkness. It has an area down there where it's always dark. The sun never hits it. And because of that, it is full of non-sublimated material. There's ice and all kinds of stuff down there to pull up. And the structure of Artemis, as we get closer and closer to it, you can see it spills like a waterfall down the cascading wall of Shackleton crater. Deep into the darkness, little spots of light, the only light visible within it, and it almost creates this second star field below as our camera moves now more slowly towards it. We can see little elevators going up and down between it, cargo, large DSVs in orbit that we pass as a camera, and then as our camera moves beyond the crater itself and into the deeper parts of Artemis, we see the large bulb that makes up Hope's Landing, and then on the second ring that swoops around, launching various ships deep into the solar system, past Jupiter, or just to Jupiter, past Mars specifically, or to Mars. There's two directions. This would be launch ring A that we would know. We see the 7 points of construction for Hope's Reach, these massive DSVs, the largest ever constructed. Each of them dwarf the spin stations that you may have been used to seeing. There's a number of these older models, mind you, of spin stations that are used in a very utilitarian fashion all over the star system. They're put out in the belt for different mining rigs. They're put everywhere. Each of these ships is larger than one of those, and these massive, in some cases half a kilometer long ships, in some cases almost a kilometer if you include the antennae and stuff like that, and all of the radiators for heat when they're extended. They're not all extended right now though. They're just absolutely enormous, and we can clearly see the lights dancing across the surfaces of each of them, the final touches being put on their preparations for launch, not their construction. All of the scaffolding and construction equipment, the enormous cranes and stuff that are meant to move these things around, even in the lighter gravity of Luna, have been moved away and are kind of like, not haphazardly, but still organized, set to the side, where you can see all of this like field of stuff, like literally decades worth of construction equipment and things have been moved to the side to prepare for launch. And they're still going to be here because they're going to be reused for the next set of Hope's Reach, the next 7, which will take, again, decades to build. But the first 7 are now done and are being prepared for launch. And we can see a few pods being loaded by these large cranes, that the few that are left, these large crescent shapes connected to the dome with little bits of steam and kind of dust and stuff being moved around. The regolith constantly dancing across the surfaces of these electrified surfaces that are meant to like magnetically propel the consistently annoying regolith of the moon in this condition. It kind of dances across each of these surfaces as though it were in a storm, and we see each of these cargo pods being connected slowly as our camera moves past all of this, turning to the right, kind of encircling the whole vista of Artemis City beyond, and then moves down through the dome and into Hope's Landing, where we see the single rocket ship there, this ever-present monolith, the history of what happened here, and then our camera, once again at impossible speeds, heads what would be north through the security corridor, seeing multiple people lined up, being checked through, mostly young people. Past all of these, we pass the security, and we head out into the larger open space with multiple corridors that connect along the walls, multiple lights at the ceiling that kind of project a warm sun-like glow that warms your skin a bit as you move through it there, Willie. And that's who we see as our camera comes slowly down over the shoulder of one Wilfred Simmons, who is surveying now the Artemis University Central Campus, the multiple entrances to each of the various areas, the classes, the housing, the culinary court, and of course, the research space, which is where you know Lab 1 would be. Each of these, you have now gotten past security, so you are properly at University Central. You had access to check things basically within University Central. So my tablet just did something weird. Alrighty, that's weird. Anyway, so you have access to get into the campus proper. You don't have access necessarily to get into the labs, but you do have access to just walk around here, and you catch a few looks from students as they go by. They just kind of like see you, wave, etc. There's a generally kind of a nationalistic zeal that permeates the folks that live here in Luna, on Luna, I should say, right now, especially around Artemis, because of Hope's Reach, because of the launch. So there's a number of people here that are very proud to be students of Artemis Central University, right? There's also a number of protesters and stuff that are here on the campus that are Earth First, and they're not against the maintenance people that maintain Artemis, right? They're sort of, most of those protesters, the Earth First ones, are protesting about a lot of different causes and stuff that relate to the idea of power being taken away from the structures of Earth and the centralization of humanity and being moved out into the space, and being moved specifically to what they see as corporate hands. So you see a lot of that, you hear a lot of that, you catch a few looks from people as you go past. You move throughout the area here. Some of the sidewalks here are automated and some aren't. There are a number of people that are wearing mag boots so that they can move around more easily there within certain areas, because it's lunar gravity, right? It's not the most comfortable all the time. You yourself would have a pair of regular maintenance issue mag boots and a basic, I don't know what that just was. That was weird. Ghosts. So you would have your basic maintenance jumpsuit on, which is sort of a almost this color, actually, this like dark blue color. Doesn't have all the stripes and stuff on it.
O'Brien style.
Okay. And probably your pants bunched up along the tall edges of your mag boots, which cling both to your shins and your calves, and of course heavily to your ankles, just in case, because they are, again, safety boots for use in zero gravity environments as well, not zero pressure environments. These are not boots that go on your spacesuit. These are boots for when you're inside but still need to deal with that. So anyway, we hear the as you step along the metal walkways here, seeing the warm colors of the interior space. There's no visibility outside. There's no windows outside. This part of the structure is entirely covered in regolith and basically cement. But it is indeed, it has a feeling of being outside because of these lights that circle it, and they're vitamin D lights. They kind of warm your skin a bit as you pass underneath them, and there's even the sounds of birds and stuff around. And of course, as you look up, you'll see the ceiling itself is essentially it's not a screen, but it's a holographic projection of a sky like on Earth with clouds and birds flying around in it. There's a number of things like that. If you look on the distance where some of the domed areas stretch out and kind of create the illusion of a horizon beyond. So while the space isn't the biggest, it feels large, it feels outside, and it feels warm. What do you do?
Well, I for sure kind of like take a moment and enjoy my freedom, because I was at a hard labor camp for like rest of my life before this. So this is like I'm still kind of reeling from that, and then quickly I regain my composure, remember what my goal is, and I will start kind of getting a feel for the security, if any kind of like sign of I guess just anything that would kind of get in my way as far as gaining access to this lab. And I will approach the lab.
Okay. I would say
I'm also going to blend in, obviously. I'm going to look like I'm here for a reason.
okay. So I think there's two things that I'm gonna have to make you do then, or have you do rather. I think one would be a recon, and the other would be I would say recon or a streetwise. Your choice for the first one.
Okay.
And for the second, it's a stealth. It's just regular stealth. And since this is not you necessarily hiding, I would say this is going to be like using the social conditions and stuff like that around you, your status currently here, who you are as a maintenance guy, all of those things. So I would say probably roll it as either int or social, whichever one you want.
Okay.
Stealth.
And the streetwise is
Int.
int and average difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, here we go.
Oh yeah.
The hell?
All right.
That's not good.
That was not a good roll.
Hell yeah.
You trip and fall, and a gun falls out of your belt.
Oh no.
All right, let's see the stealth roll.
Shit, that was like I have a plus like level 3 in streetwise. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, you did not roll well.
That's fucked, bro. First
rolled-
roll.
You
after
rolled
2
two
months.
ones. So
That is awful, dude. All right, what's my character sheet?
yeah, the first roll after 2 months is double ones.
Gross, dude. You said social or int?
Your choice.
I got 0 in both. Let's go social because I like the RP aspect.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay. All right, so you do you're trying to survey to see what your problems are, what barriers there are to entering the research area of the universe. And you don't see any security or anybody that looks like there's no Luna security here. They all wear the same jumpsuits and stuff. You don't see any here, which actually on some level you're like, that's kind of weird, but sweet. However, well, there are people like that give you some looks and stuff as you're moving through, and you kind of make quick comments or whatever, or grunts, or just literally look like you're being busy doing maintenance work. You manage to fit in. Right, you fit in very effectively as a maintenance worker here. It's kind of like a guy holding a ladder walking into something, right? Nobody stops the guy holding a ladder.
Exactly. If I had a clipboard,
right.
I'd be holding it.
Right, it's that kind of a vibe. Like I would say you probably have a
I do have
toolbox
my
or
pad.
something,
My
right?
pad's out.
Yeah. I mean, I would say you're
looking
doing maintenance
disgruntled.
stuff, right? So you're probably like, yeah, exactly.
I'm, like,
I'm like,
looking
oh, get out of that
agitated.
guy's way. And so yeah, you don't see anything stopping you, but nobody approaches you.
I'm gonna update the gang through my comms.
Now keep in mind, this is not to enter the lab. This is to go into the research area of the university, basically where the labs are. Right now, you're just on like the central campus.
Okay. Sweet.
Are you gonna text
Yeah,
them?
I'm gonna update. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's a
I need to know
text,
exactly
right?
what you say. Yeah.
Okay.
You can call them if you want, but just remember all communications are public.
That's right.
You don't have a secure channel.
I go to do that and then I remember all that and I say, it's not worth it, and I just head towards the entrance to the labs.
Okay. Now I think that something that would be important to note is that Tanner did say, what was it exactly, Tanner?
Do not remember.
He doesn't remember, but he wanted you guys to get together for some reason.
Oh yeah, was it meet up for drinks or we
He
already,
didn't. He
we already
didn't
left?
say specifically what the problem was. He was like, "We need to meet up and talk" or something. But he
Yeah,
didn't.
when we dispersed, I think the plan is to, like in the evening, get together for our
Okay.
usual bar or whatever.
Sounds good. But so yeah, what do you do there?
Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. A drinking hole.
Yeah.
Say what?
What are you doing, Willie?
I'm entering the lab.
All right, so you're gonna.
the lab.
Okay, so you're gonna enter the research area. Okay. So they're all very clearly labeled. So it's not like it's hard to find where you're going. You can see that on what would be, if we just talk cardinal directions, basically what would be the western wall would be housing what would be sort of in the corner there of the northern/northwestern, right? Because it's not a square. It's more of like a dome shape, right? Cut out here. That's where you see many students heading in and out of those places in particular, housing, and that's just where the classes and stuff are. And the next one you see, there's tons and tons of corridors that head out and spiderweb out in that direction. That's many classrooms. And then there are several students heading along the north wall into the northeast corner where the culinary court is, and you can smell the smell of all these different dishes being cooked there and prepared for the students. And you can see multiple students even lined up in what is basically a large food court for all of them, with multiple stalls serving various dishes, mostly like noodle things. And you see a bunch of trays of basic on tables with students laughing and kind of passing dishes back and forth, and some of them studying on their own little tablets, disgruntled, typing away just like you were. But along the eastern wall, there is a corridor labeled research and development. And that's where you head. There's nobody standing there. There are a few people that are going in and out, but it's much less. Whereas the others, there's many students heading into the housing and classes, and quite a few into the culinary court, but there's only a couple going in and out this way.
Looking at my pad and then looking up at like the labels on the walls and stuff, kind of like looking like I'm verifying directions.
Okay. So you step through the what is almost like an archway, not a doorway, right? It's open. You don't have to open it up, and it leads into a corridor that is about 20 meters long that you pass through before it opens up once more into a wider space. And in here you can see this wider space that you've stepped in. Nobody stopped you or whatever. There are lights all along the walls as you move through this corridor. The foot traffic and things around you settle down a bit, though. There's a lot less people here than in the previous area that you had been in. You do still hear a few of them out there, but where you find yourself now is much quieter space, and it isn't illuminated the same way. That warm glow, that feeling of being outside, is now gone and replaced with this almost blue light. It's almost blue, and you realize that it is especially because of your maintenance work, I would say, you realize that it is it's UV light. It's intentional, like it's meant to kill bacteria and stuff like that, and essentially be part of the process of decontamination between some of the labs, etc., to try and prevent cross contamination, etc., of different specimens, etc. And here you can see there are multiple doors that are closed within this larger area, and it circles around you in an actual circle, but this isn't a dome. It's flat on top, and again the lights are much closer here. The ceiling is only, I mean, you could reach up and touch the ceiling with your arm, and touch these lights as you move past them, and they are, as you get your hand near them, they're actually quite warm. This space is a little bit warmer. You can feel kind of a rush of wind as coming from the the opposite direction as air here is sort of sucked up into the ceiling and creating a kind of a space of negative pressure. And you can see it's being scrubbed heavily above you, which is, as you know, as somebody that's worked in an environmental A, the closest environmental facility to Artemis University. The lab spaces here are the second most necessary of maintenance schedules. They use the most amount of maintenance cycles. The most is used by refining and fabrication because they have so much waste and stuff. Well, and the actual main R&D facilities. Those are the ones. That's the ones that like are the best. That use the most. They use the most filters. They have the most. But compared to everything else, all of the hab places, all of the government facilities, all of that on Artemis City, this is the second most advanced and heavily used air scrubber in the entire facility of Artemis City. It stands about 4 feet above your head as the ceiling slightly rises up in the middle. And you can feel it kind of like pulling your hair up a little bit. Not literally, like it's not getting sucked up or anything, but you can feel what's left of it. You can feel the air kind of rushing up past you as you move through this space. And again, it's warm, but it's like warm on your skin from the radiation of the lights, but it's also kind of quite cool because of the rush of the air here is more intense. And you just hear this, besides the various computers and stuff being used in the labs and the occasional person that walks by mumbling to themselves, you just hear this constant of the air filtration systems above your head. There are many doors here. They're all closed, and only 2 of them are labeled, and those are bathrooms. What do you do?
You know what to do.
What?
Break the filter. Break the filtration. Just take your biggest wrench.
Throw my pad
your number
into
6 wrench and just toss it up in there. Need all the maintenance guys scramble to this filtration. Everybody evacuate.
No, I want to find lab 1. So can I like discern anything about the order of these doors? Is there any kind of signifier of that?
So they're unlabeled, right? Meaning there's no actual like writing on them, but they each do have like a small keypad next to them. It's basically a little touch screen kind of keypad. It's technically a hollow display, but whatever. That sits next to it. It does not have any labels on it. It does have a little place that you recognize that you would do like badge scan. So it's a badge that you could type in a code. You could scan a badge, etc. It might have interactivity, like you might be able to come up to it and make it tell you what lab it is by getting access or something like that. You've seen these on other secure doors and in Artemis before. It's not like these are like bomb shelter doors or something crazy, but it is a secure door and it's unlabeled. There's no windows on the doors either. They're all like, these aren't like swing out doors. They're doors that open like this and close, like an elevator door, but a little bit more narrow. And you would recognize they're all pressure doors as well. So they all are probably an airlock for each lab. Because again, it's all part of the decontamination between labs and stuff.
Do I know anything about the software I'm looking for? Like,
the software is in lab 3.
I'm looking for the package.
Yeah.
Fuck. Do I see any people?
Yeah, there's occasionally like a scientist moving in and out, and very, very rarely like a graduate student that moves through. It's like I said, it's not empty, right? It's just like the other place was busy.
Yeah, totally.
Here, there's just like a person going in and out of a lab every now and then.
But they
maybe like once every 5 minutes. Yeah. But none of them seem to be like, "What's a maintenance guy doing in here?"
Totally.
As you walk by.
I'm still putting on my show, acting like I don't have enough time.
If anything, it feels like you very much blend in. I mean, you rolled really well on your stealth thing, so people are definitely not paying much attention to you right now.
I would like to avoid talking to anybody if I can, but if I can't really figure out which is lab 1, I'm not going to try every door.
What would you like to do to try and? I mean, I'm not saying you can't figure it out. I'm just saying they're not labeled. So if you want to try to do something to figure out which one it might be, I'm all ears.
Question: What is lab 1 an abstraction? Do we? Is it literally something called lab 1?
No.
It's a lab within this thing.
It's an abstract. Lab 1, lab 2, and lab 3 are all just like your target 1, target 2, target 3.
But do we have like a label to go by, like what we're actually looking for, or it's just like one of the sort of sub labs in this complex?
Scott does.
Bacula?
No, Scott Shields does. He hacked the thing and found that out last time. You haven't communicated that with one another.
Got it. Gotcha.
And this
basically, you knew that the lab was one of the labs there on the university, so you were going to go there try and figure out which lab it was, that kind of thing. You knew that lab 2 was one of the labs here in this R&D place. You're going to go there and try and narrow down what it was, see if you could find the thing. Scott, while you guys were doing that, went and hacked the system to try and see if he could get any information, and one of the pieces he got was the actual locations of those 3 labs. So he knows exactly which lab it is in which place.
Is this analogous situation with package B, the big pack? Like, would we know package B if we saw it?
Right, I was gonna ask, like, do I know anything about?
If you opened the door and saw a big thing, like a big crate, would it be like, oh yeah?
Or is that also something ready for delivery?
Yeah, is that also something Psycho was able to look up, or
like package as in it's been packaged and it's awaiting transport?
I think it's also an abstraction now. Package
I'm a little bit confused about what you're asking.
Would his character know what package B was if he saw it?
So the description that you got of package B last time by doing stuff was that it was a large container about a meter or a little bit more than a meter across, and it stood up about half a meter. So you know the dimensions of it, and you know that it's big and it has a software interface on top of it. You know that it is heavy, and etc.
I thought you might have said it was actually carryable. Like
it's not carryable, but it has its own. It's heavy, but it's basically on wheels.
Okay. Yeah, I remember something like that. Okay. So you might know.
It is moved. You're on Luna, right? Like it's heavy, but you can move it around. One person can move it around.
And these doors and each room has no windows to look in, and they're airlocks.
None of the labs do. This is like, I'm trying to get across that this is like a much more claustrophobic space than the one you just stepped out of, right? Okay. Because of that, there's no windows, the ceiling's lower, the lighting changes. It's very oppressive in here. And
so
like,
I'm gonna look at these 4 doors.
I would say there's probably, besides the 2 bathrooms, there's probably also like a snack machine in here too. But
I'm gonna grab a snack. First. Okay.
Free dead discharge. So
I'm gonna get like a bag of crisps or something I can like eat slowly. I want it as a prop to make me look less intimidating. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're tracking your credits right now that you're spending in here. But if you have credits listed, just subtract a single credit, and you could have any of the regular snacks you want. I would say it's probably something like have you ever had baby ramen? Which is like baby ramen. Yeah, it's basically like dried ramen noodles in like a flavor powder that are in a thing. You just eat them crunchy right out of the thing.
Oh,
like
a hippie biscuit.
You like break them up sometimes first and eat them, but yeah.
When the ship lifts off, all debts are paid. No,
it's literally a product you can buy.
That's my Heinlein quote.
I get a candy bar too. I'm gonna get a candy bar too and stick it in my front pocket so it's like visible. So anyway, I'm gonna look, and the next student I see walk out of one of the labs, I'm gonna ask something of them. Okay.
And to be clear, Venom, the financial reward for completion of everything was that it would wipe out the debt of all the corporate debt for both you and your entire family.
Yes, we have specifically money to some corporate.
Yeah. Well,
Whoever's
you all,
minding a thing,
everybody does, basically. Okay.
which is under formal protest. But
So you're just gonna wait for a student to pass through, or any personnel at all?
Specifically a student.
All right. Make me a recon. And actually, you know what? No, just make me a social roll. I think this would be social.
Okay.
Straight social, and it would be a whatever the one below average is. I think it's easy. They have different labels than the actual in the book. The one right below, the one right below average. Okay. Yeah, it takes probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes before another lab door opens. So you're standing here for a while, but nobody seems to pay much attention to you, as I said, and you're kind of like sitting here looking at your pad, eating your snack and stuff. But eventually a lab door on the far wall, kind of opposite of where you were standing next to the snack machine, sort of like right across from you, in this space, which is about 30 meters across total to make room for all the doors and all the area. That one opens up, and you hear it cycling before it opens, right? Because it is an airlock. It's not like the pressure differences between the two rooms are very different, but they are slightly different too. So you hear it cycle, and then it opens up and two people step out. One pretty obviously a student based off of their dress, but both of them are wearing the overcoat and the clean gloves, and they're pulling off goggles at the moment. One of them is much older, and they're talking to one another in kind of like a hushed tone while looking down at their pads. The door closes behind them, and you see them both kind of grab their ears and adjust them, and one of them, the younger one, speaks up about very, very briefly, that you get just loud enough that you can hear, and you hear him say, I hate the ear popping. And they both turn and start heading kind of past you, towards the exit into, which will be Artemis University Central, where you just came from. Then, of course, there's 30 meters to get to it. The older one does look at you, though, very briefly. The younger one doesn't. He just kind of is looking forward. The older one looks at you, doesn't say anything, just gives you a nod and a wave, and continues moving in that direction. What do you do?
So they both look like students, or?
One of them for sure looks like a student. The other one, it looks like he might be too old. He might be like one of the professors, like maybe a lab tech or something that's working with the student.
That's not what I wanted.
You said a student. I rolled to see if there were any complications. There's one. There's an extra person with him.
Not what I wanted.
What do you do?
Well, first of all, when I start to hear the door cycle, I'm going into position to act like I had just gotten my snack.
Okay.
And
maybe you're working on the snack
machine. And I'm gonna act like I had been okay. So I'm gonna act a little like oh, excuse me, and kind of gain their attention as I'm pretending to pull my snack out of the machine.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Make a luck roll. Straight luck roll, average difficulty. Oh, it did. It was just the same number.
Yeah, that tripped me out.
Okay. So 7. All right. So I'll say they roll a d6, just a pure d6. We'll do highs, lows, or you can roll a d2 if you want to. I don't know. You gotta type that in though. Okay. So lows. I'm gonna roll for which one the professor is and which one the student is, whether he's highs or lows, and we'll see which one's attention you actually got. Okay. Professor kind of waves at you for a moment as he's passing by, turns, away and they're still walking, you turn towards them and say exactly what was it? Excuse me, what was it?
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
They'll both turn towards you, and the professor leans over and says, "I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this," and turns and continues out the building. The student just kind of looks like dejected for a moment, like he was trying to get time with his professor. And he goes, "Yeah, what is it?"
I'll like pretend that I was trying to get the other guy's attention, like, oh, and then like act slightly disappointed, but then like, well, I was hoping maybe you could help me out here. I got a work order.
All right, I got
here.
like 20 minutes for lunch, but sure.
Sure, it'll be fast. I won't take too much of your time. I have a work order here for it's just a large package that needs transporting, and it's in one of. They didn't tell me exactly which room it is in here, and I was hoping that you might have an idea. Large box, about 3 meters. Is that right? 3 meters? 1 meter?
Cronky, it's a big one.
Yeah.
No, it's like 1 meter by 1.5 meters by 1 meter.
Yeah.
And it has like a console and stuff on it.
Yeah, about a meter with a console on
Definitely does not look like a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so you're just gonna describe the package to him and
Yeah.
see if he's seen it. Okay. He's kind of like in a hurry, right? So he's sort of like looking back and forth between like his professor that's disappearing that he was trying to like go have a quick lunch with, and you who's asking him about a package, and he's just like, go ahead and give me. I'm gonna say this is your choice. You can do social persuade. You can do maybe social deception. I think both of those kind of qualify depending on how you're, because you're kind of being deceptive, but you're also just being persuasive, right? So either of those would be fine. Just
I'll try and be persuasive just for.
And I will say, I can't do it, unfortunately, because Stream Deck is broken. But all of you have a boon as part of this. So if you want to spend a boon on anything, keep that in mind. This might not be the best role to spend a boon on, just so you're aware. But everybody has a boon. I just don't have a good way of. Or maybe I can manually reveal them. Actually, hold on. Let me do that. It's just it'll be hard to manually turn them off too, so it's kind of annoying. Okay, so they're turned on for everybody, but everybody has a boon, so keep that in mind. I wanted to mention that before you make too many more rolls. Average, it's average. So your choice: persuade or deception, social.
All right, I'll persuade. Oh, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, he seems like he's really in a rush here. And he's just kind of like he's like walking away still, like while making eye contact with you and talking. And let me make a roll to see if he actually would know.
Oh man.
Okay. Sounds like it might be one of the new projects, or maybe even could be one of the new reactor units. I would check.
That will make sense.
I would check, let's see, 0341, 44, and over here you've got the unnumbered lab. This one here is more like a temp lab, where they do some research every now and then, but usually it's empty. There is some stuff stored in there though, so I would check that. Sorry, I gotta go.
Oh, thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
And yeah, he turns and walks out towards the central campus, and you can see he runs back up to like kind of catch up to the professor, and you can see him right at the edge of the corridor that you just walked through.
Nice.
Catch up to one another and turn, head away.
All right. So I will.
What's up, Flop Bat?
I will go for that unnumbered lab.
Okay.
Lab, because he gestured for lab 0341 and then 44.
Yep.
And then the unnumbered lab.
There's a bunch of labs here, to be clear.
Yeah.
But he gestured at 3 different ones. Basically, one that he said doesn't have a number. It's just kind of temp lab, more of a storage space.
I go for that one.
0341 and 44 were the other two.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. So you go to the
that
store page one. All right.
And I will
What do you do?
use my access code, my maintenance access.
Okay, your regular maintenance access code, which would be like you probably have like a little fob that you can bloop.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining.
So I would say yeah, you put it up and it lights up green and it opens up. On the other side there's another door. It's a small airlock. These are not like big cargo airlocks, but it's big enough to fit something that roughly the size of the box that you're looking for through. So it could be in here.
Right. Is this do I have to go through the airlock?
Yeah, I mean,
Like the pressure difference or whatever it is?
There's no way to get into the rooms without going through the airlock.
Okay, is there like clean suits in the room I'm in now? Like, does it look like there's some sort of protocol?
You already know, I think, because if you worked maintenance here for months, that this isn't just an airlock. As soon as the door behind you closes, you're going to get blasted with decontamination stuff. Usually you would wear a suit that you plan on being clean when you go in there or whatever. It is a little weird to just wear your regular maintenance overhauls and go in. It's not completely unheard of, though.
Okay. I go through the process.
Okay, you're blasted by this almost like white steam for a moment. It smells heavily of sulfur and a little bit of that kind of like ozone smell.
Sugar.
And then it very quickly goes away as the chamber is evacuated, very quickly evacuated of its air and replaced with new air from the other side. And your ears pop painfully for a moment as the airlock cycles extremely quickly here. Which is something that actually, as a maintenance personnel and environmental, you may know these airlocks are designed to do, but most airlocks take much longer to do that cycling, like on ships and stuff. And that's why he was complaining about his ears, because that's not a normal thing.
It's too quick, yeah.
Yeah. So the door in front of you opens up, and inside you see what is almost just a junk space. It's dark in here. The lights are literally off, and as you step into the space, they turn on this dull blue, though you don't feel the same kind of heat the UV light would provide. It's this just a dull blue lighting in here. There are a number of tables set up. There's basically a sink in here. There are a number of computer systems that are like separate from one another and not connected to the base. They're all shut down and almost like mothballed, like covered in plastic and stuff in here. And there's a number of containers that are roughly the size of the one you're looking for in here as well. 3 actually. They're all covered in like a layer of plastic, basically. So it could be any of those 3, or not any of them. You don't know. You'd have to take a closer look.
Thanks.
I will do so. I will examine the first one I approach.
Okay. You pull the plastic off the top, and you can see this does loosely kind of describe what you were described. The issue is it's not on any kind of wheels, and when you try to move it, just very briefly, it weighs tons. It's impossible for you to move. So I would say, without making you roll anything, I think you could discern that the first one here is probably not it, just because it would require special equipment to move.
Sure.
And you kind of look, you kind of look it over a little bit as you're looking for the next one, and you can see this is indeed a fusion reactor unit, an experimental one.
The first one I looked at?
Yes.
Load it up.
So this is not your package that you are seeking, but what it is something very rare and valuable.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you look at the next one.
Yeah.
You pull the plastic off of it. In a very similar way to the first one, it is a big, heavy thing. This is a portable air filtration unit. This is a scrubber. This is something that would be used on something like one of the big DSVs to scrub huge amounts of carbon dioxide from the air to keep people alive for long periods of time and stuff like that. It's also tons. The next one is you pull it off, and it's actually not one big thing. It's a table covered in several boxes. Each of them is basically just paperboard box. And you can open each of them easily if you want to rip the tape off the top.
It's just boxes.
Yeah.
Several, or you said 2?
Yeah, well, 3 technically, along the top of a table. So basically, imagine a table with 3 boxes sitting on top of it, and that whole thing is covered in plastic. And you pull the plastic off, and you're like, oh, that's definitely not it, because it's 3 boxes. But you can open the boxes if you want. And again, just like in the previous thing, the stuff that you steal and bring with you and do stuff with is going to affect the future. So just know that.
Yeah, I will open the box or one of them and check it out.
Okay. You pull the tape off the top. Make me... What would this be, I think? I think this would be either... Yeah, I think this would either be a pure... You know what? I'll allow you to do either any engineering. Like if you have any engineering skill at all, I would allow you to apply like basic engineering to it. And then I would allow you to do any science to it as well. Or any electronics too. So any of those as well, but all int.
Okay.
As the
Would engineer life support?
Okay, so if you have engineer life support, that also means you have engineer 0. So you would just roll regular engineer because it wouldn't be a life support specific one.
Okay.
But because you have engineer life support, what do you have it at? I assume you just have it at 1?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I would say that scrubber that you just looked at too, you would get a little bit more information about that. That's an extremely crazy thing. The idea that this one scrubber can do the amount of volume that basically claims to on the labels and stuff is absolutely asinine. This thing could almost do the whole colony of Artemis by itself.
Okay.
Which seems impossible.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Interesting. Definitely gonna need to bring these with us somehow.
Like this. This is good stuff. This is the right place.
I know there's gonna be some work though. All 3 of us will need to get some like grav lifts and bring.
Grav
these
Tet doesn't
things.
exist.
Oh, what the fuck are we gonna do?
We have to, maybe it's one of these
Wheels,
labs,
baby.
Don't even sweat it.
What are wheels?
Maybe grab
Moon?
tech is
Keep in mind
this
you're on the moon,
lab.
so stuff isn't quite as heavy. Tons is heavy, but it's not insane, right? It's possible to move it.
Okay, so I need to do a science or engineer, life
Int.
or engineer or.
Engineer, electronics, or science, your choice.
I got all those, but they're all at 0 except for engineer, which has 1 in life support.
So sort of like you're
So-
choosing the theme of what you're doing then here with
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I will. I'm gonna science it up.
Okay.
You said in average.
This would be actually, I think, difficult. 1 above.
Let's go.
Wow. Okay. What you're looking at in this box, as soon as you open it up, is a number of smaller like units. Each of them sort of a handheld device. You pull a couple of them out and you look at them. This is some very advanced radio tech, as well as some pretty advanced scanner technology. Not like sci-fi beyond where you're currently at tech level, but it's like, oh, this is like cutting edge stuff. It would be like you opening up a box today and finding like the most recent smartphone or something like that.
Lasers.
And inside of the box, I would say you open up all the boxes and look, it's all the same thing. It's all basically a combo scanner comm units. They're all like the very high end one for this current tech level. There's about 100 of them total.
Okay. Cool. I reseal everything in the way, well, best of my ability, and leave everything unaltered.
Mm-hmm.
And I will leave.
If you're actually curious, Psycho, yes, it does pound it down into solid form. They're not bricks; they're like little logs, but yes,
Air scrubber poop.
they're actually used as fuel pellets and stuff for some things too. But
Wow. Chris.
it's also used for some other stuff.
I'm gonna check out Lab 0341.
Okay. You
through the
exit the thing. Your ears pop painfully.
Yeah, the key was not hidden.
It's really annoying. Like it's like legitimately something that you're like, damn, that would suck to work here because of this, going in and out of this. You walk over to 0341 and has a door identical to the one you just walked up to. Put your badge to it. Tung, 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 red.
Figures.
Little, you scan it again. Tung, 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 red, and you can see the little screen there flashes.
I don't do it twice.
Okay, fine. On the first time you do it, whatever, the screen flashes like red, right? But you also see on it insufficient access. There's no alarm or anything that goes off. It's just insufficient access.
I will try 44 then, real quick.
Okay. You go up to 44.
And I open my candy bar as I do that.
Okay. You open up 44. Go through the process once more. Your ears painfully pop. The door opens up in front of you, and 4 people in lab coats wearing masks all turn towards you as you step into the space and kind of look surprised. And
I don't see any masks in the airlock.
No, there are masks along the wall though. When I say masks, I don't mean like a gas mask. I mean like an H1 mask, like we would wear today, like a COVID style mask. They all turn towards you, and one of them steps up and just says, "Excuse me, can I help you?"
This this candy bar.
Yeah.
I can eat near, right?
Yeah. Can I quickly assess the room and see if I see anything that looks like what I'm looking for that's in plain sight?
Sure. I mean, I won't even make you make a roll for that. This is definitely not the right lab. There's nothing in here that could match it. There are active experiments being done right now.
Yeah.
There is on the far wall a container about that size, but it's not as tall. It's basically like it's been lifted up onto a counter and is laying flat and peeled open like a large briefcase. And inside of it, you can see it would be 16 bullet-like jars, each of them about this big across, so like the size of my head. And sitting essentially with this blue, glowing, almost pulsing fluid inside. And the guy that approaches you says, "This is a clean lab, so you want to put on one of the masks?"
Oh, of course. And I'll like reach off the wall, pop it on, put my candy bar back in my pocket.
Lift it up and take another bite here.
Yeah. No. I fold the wrapper and put it in my pocket, and then I go.
You see, as you kind of look over, 2 of the scientists do walk over. They close that case and stuff, and they begin to cover some of their experiments and stuff. Like, not because they're trying to hide them, but because they're like trying to shield them from contamination.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll put it on very swiftly, but also like be backing up towards the door and be like, "This is not storage. They really ought to label these doors out here. Oh, I'm very sorry to inconvenience you folk."
That's fine. That's fine. Now we're in the middle of a number of procedures here. Wait, what storage are you looking for? Perhaps I could help.
Yeah, it was. There was a few items that
if you don't mind, he kind of like pushes you into the airlock, like while going into it with you.
Okay.
I'm afraid that is a problem within the lab. And he points to your candy bar. Contamination, you understand. And you can see as they relax a bit as they kind of push you. The other scientists kind of relax a bit as he kind of pushes you into the thing. You can see they reopen it back up, and once again you're struck by this like the blue glow from these canisters along the face of the guy who opens it up, who just kind of stares at it. And I would say, without even rolling anything, the look in his eyes is awe. He is in awe of what he's looking at. And then he pushes you into the airlock and walks into it with you and begins the cycling process. Perhaps I can help you find what you're looking for. And then it cycles open, and he steps out, holding his ear painfully for a moment, and then pulls his mask off his face. And you can see he has a neatly kept beard beneath the mask, much closer to the face than mine. And neater than mine too, and as well as kind of almost a pencil thin mustache, and as he pulls that off, he pulls this kind of skin tight hood off the top of his head. It stretches down this kind of bright blue color, and you can see he's been sweating about it. He kind of clears his hair, which is a salt and pepper, very short hair, and you can see it's been sweating, covered. Well, it's nice to get out of there for a moment, anyway. What exactly are you looking for? Perhaps I can help.
Oh yeah, maybe you can actually. It was I had a work order, and typical fashion, they left out most of the important information, like where exactly I'm supposed to be in this part of the wing. So there was a few things. I was supposed to do an inventory on several packages being prepared for transport at some point. Didn't tell me when or any of those details, but I was supposed to do inventory on that, make sure it was all secured. And there was a second thing that I was looking into, supposedly from this work order, that was like a large meter size box with it's supposed to have wheels for easy transport with an interface on the top. And they said in the work order that wasn't in the same room for some reason, but they didn't say which room.
Oh, interesting. I imagine that could probably be over there in number 44. That's storage. Oh, sorry, not 44. And the unlabeled one. I'm in 44.
Yeah.
No, that's the alien organism. No, you don't want that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one that I'd be looking for those things, I guess. Yeah. All right.
I don't know what else it could be. I mean, I guess any of these labs here. I mean, perhaps if I could see your work orders, I might be able to help. He doesn't seem suspicious of you or anything. He does seem like he's trying to help.
Yeah.
Of course, how long does that go on? I'm getting hot as fuck in this thing. I'm gonna take this shit off.
You know, I think
a real winter coat.
I think you've given me enough to go off of. I'm just gonna check out this unlabeled lab over here and see. Just do the inventory, because they did seem to say it was a time-sensitive thing. So I'm just gonna do the inventory, and then after that, a report in and.
Time sensitive, you said. Are they hazardous materials?
No, just all my work orders are required to be done at a certain time of the day.
Well, if it's hazardous materials, it would probably be an 0341.
Hazardous. Well, let's hope it's not that. All right, that's good to know.
Though I guess some of what we're working on here in 44 could be considered hazardous as well, depending.
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite that color.
Oh yes. He seems like he's like wants to say something for a moment, like he's excited by what is in the lab. Then he kind of like catches himself.
You know, I do dabble in the sciences a little bit. I've always been fascinated.
Lean in with that candy bar now.
What we have here is a set of complex biologicals, the likes of which I've never seen. It was something Syrian had provided. Not sure the source, but it's certainly changing a number of theories, let's say.
That's
well,
fascinating.
Sorry I couldn't be of any more help. I would check again 0341 if you're looking for hazardous materials, though you will need special hazardous material access to that laboratory to open it up. Or you can...
Oh, they didn't mention that. Where do I get that?
Well, I would assume that would be done through your maintenance service. I'm not actually sure.
Bureaucracy is a little in shambles here for my
I would speak to your supervisor. They should be able to provide you with any individual tickets you need, or your maintenance order, if it is to specifically deal with hazardous materials, should clear you automatically. Yeah. But if it isn't, that's fine. You'll probably just have to get your supervisor to change that.
Right, that would make sense. If that's not it, then I'm probably just due for that lab there, and I'm gesture towards the unnumbered one. But I'll be like, well, what's your name? It was a pleasure.
Rodri. Nice to meet you.
Rodri. All right, well...
But I'm cleared for the lab. If you want me to check to see if there's something in there, I suppose I could maybe take a look at it for you.
That would save me a lot of time.
You are of course cleared to access these, right?
Oh, of course, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
All right, I think you need to make a deception roll on that. I would allow you to make I would say I would allow you to make like int or I don't know, even education, because you're kind of trying to talk about the biological stuff with him.
Okay. As I'm doing that, I'm gonna go access, like, well, okay, hang on.
You're gonna slink over to your knife.
Yeah, just take him out real quick. You said int or what?
I said you could use int or education, and it would be deception. Your choice. Basically, as you were talking to him about the science stuff.
Yeah. Let's fucking go.
Whoa! What? What did you roll? Oh, you almost rolled 2 6s. Okay.
Yeah.
It was average. Oh, you did do it at average. Okay. Yes, of course. Just stay here, or well, no, it's fine. You can come with me. Just stay behind me, just in case.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And he'll walk up to 0341 and badge, and it turns green, and begins to cycle open. Inside here, there are masks and suits. Oh yes, hazardous material lab, of course. We'll need to put these oversuits on. And yeah, they're just like suits that zip up over your regular clothes, basically. Each of them is not disposable, but like when you take it off, when you come in, there's a little chute off to the side that you take it off and put it in, and another one comes down to replace it. So they're sent off and kind of like washed, cleaned, and stuff like that, sort of automatically through tubing and etc. when you finish. So you definitely can't. I mean, you could probably keep it on, but you can't.
Put his access code in to get in here.
He scanned his badge. He just put his badge up, and it opened the door, and he's letting you through with him. Which I would actually say you would know he's definitely not supposed to do that. Like he's definitely not supposed to let you in with him. But you convinced him that you were trustworthy and stuff like that. So that's the thing that like they like yell at people about at Microsoft all the time, like scanning to let somebody through a door. They're like, never do that. Everybody needs to scan. But it happens all the time because people, right? So, yeah, he scans it and lets you into the airlock. You suit up and put down the mask. Your voices are slightly muffled behind the surfaces. I'm not gonna keep doing it, but you as you talk, but you can still hear one another through it. And hey, what's up, Starhopper? And yeah, the second door opens. This time the pressure change is much worse, and your ears hurt much worse. It's very quick, but it's not just that it's very quick. It's about the same. It's that the pressure is higher in this room than it is outside by kind of a lot, by enough to where it was noticeable when you stepped into it, and or not stepped into it, but when the airlock cycled. And you're not really quite sure why that would be the case, but it definitely is. You step into the space beyond. There are a number of things in here that are clearly related to weapons research. Like there are actual, like essentially like rifles and things that are taken apart and laying there on like tables and things like that, completely disassembled. A few things that you have no idea what you're looking at all, but they're filled with, like, they're basically containers that are cylinders that are about half a meter tall and about this big around, so about as like wide as my head. And each of them is made of metal with a single line down the middle that is like a little window that you can see into it. And there's a bright red glowing in each of them that you can see is illuminated by the canister itself. And there's kind of like a swirling happening inside the whatever fluid is in there, and like little particles moving within that. And he points at them as you're kind of passing by. I hope it's not this. They're extremely contagious. I mean, this is the right size. This is what you're looking for. And there is a container in there that looks to be the right dimensions. There at the top of it it's completely unlabeled. There's no labeling on it at all. It's about the size you would expect it to be. There are like a simple wheel assembly on the bottom. It, as you kind of move it, it does move. It's very heavy, but you can move it around in here. It's not covered in any plastic or anything like that. Unlike everything else in here, there's like no dust on top of it. It's like it's been here for a very short period of time, and has been moved somewhat recently. The top of the container has this interface on it that you can pull up. You begin to access it and to kind of scrub through information, and you can't make heads or tails of any of it, but it does start to show information on like what might read. Like if it's like nothing's labeled, so you're just kind of like looking at raw data and stuff that's being fed to you.
I'm pretend I know what I'm looking at.
I would say because you have,
all right.
I would say because you have some skill in environmental, but actually you actually have profession biologicals, right? So I would say you maybe can discern that some of what is being read out here are like EKGs, like brainwaves and stuff like that. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's all you really get.
I did have a theory that this was fucking Wayland, or not Wayland, fucking that old dude, Jacob.
Jared. His name is Jared Assyrian. Close enough.
One of them.
But yeah, so that's what you see. Is the right size that you describe. I'm afraid I can't tell what this is.
Yeah, this doesn't match the data I was supposed to be collecting from here. All right.
Well, you already rolled like crazy high on that roll, so he trusts you. Well, here, let me help you then. And he himself begins to push it out of the room for you. You just kind of follow along behind him.
Appreciate this. It saves me so much.
No, yeah, no problem.
Tomorrow, and I had planned to go.
Honestly, it's an excuse to go on an early lunch, so I don't mind. And
all right.
he steps into the airlock with you, and you're once again kind of met by the painful change in pressure. And he takes off the suit and puts it in the disposal inside the airlock. This airlock's a little bit bigger than the other ones were. It takes the mask off and everything. I assume you do the same thing, or do you keep it on?
What kind of mask is it?
It's a full body white suit with it's basically like a radiation suit. It's like what you would see somebody wear, like a hazmat suit. It goes over top of all your clothes. Okay. So you take that off and put it in the disposal, and you can see it gets like carted away basically by the tube. And then the door opens in front of you after being blasted by the decontamination solution. And painfully feeling your ears change, you step out into the R&D sector, back into the which again, it's not more oppressive than you were just in the lab, but the low ceiling, that constant sound from the air filtration, and you can even see a little bit of the mist kind of as the doors open and you step out, drift up to the ceiling and get sucked away from the decontamination process. Well, if you don't mind, and he pushes it out into the center of the R&D area. I'll be heading off to lunch, I believe, but it was nice meeting you. What was your name? And you always like shake your hand.
Walford.
What'd you say it was?
It's Walford.
Walford? Is that what you're saying?
You call me Wally.
All right.
Amalgamation of like 4 different names.
I've never heard that name before. Oh, all right. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Walford. And he like goes to shake your hand. And he's just kind of like walking alongside of you as you head. He's like not even thinking about it. Like he's pushing the thing. And you head outside of the laboratory area, the R&D area, and into the Artemis University Central once more as you begin to hear the crowd pick up around you and see all of the students moving. Well, or it just stops on its own because I don't know why, but is he gonna do it now? There it goes. But yeah, yes, you see the student body moving throughout, again, large crowds going between the various the various areas of the university campus, their classes, the housing section, the culinary court itself, the smells once again of the culinary court greeting you. And as soon as that happens, Rodney turns towards you and kind of says, "Well, I believe this is where we'll part ways. It was a pleasure meeting you, Walford." And pushes, passes it off to you, and okay, gives you a handshake.
It's like pretty gestured, so people around me kind of see that we're like exchanging this interaction.
Okay.
I'm like, thanks again. You know, if I'm gonna come by and see if I can find you sometime later, and I'm gonna see if we can schedule a time we can talk a little bit about sciences. I don't really get a lot of people in my profession that are too interested in a lot of that. And I'd appreciate
certainly,
it.
if you'd like to have lunch with me right now, we can do that as we speak.
I'd love to, but like I said, I got a little bit of a crunch here.
Oh, yes, of course. Time sensitive, right? Plus, if this is hazardous material, we don't want that around us while we eat.
Absolutely, don't want to keep this out too long.
You have a nice day there, Walford.
I'm gonna get the fuck out of there.
I am going to go eat some fake chicken.
All right, I like that plan.
And he finishes shaking your hand, like shaking your hand the whole time you're having this exchange, and eventually breaks the handshake, and you can see he walks back towards the food court and turns around halfway as you're kind of like, all right, starting moving. Oh yes, would you want me to get you something perhaps? All right, never mind.
It's all right. Appreciate you.
And he, I mean, if you want him to, he will, but
that's all right. I just ate.
And you just ate the junk food from the snack machine. And he waves at you and turns on into the culinary court, where you see him head up to a station that is indeed serving what looks to be little balls that are basically just spheres rolled up into some kind of soup that looks like it's. You know, I think you would probably recognize it as it's basically like a processed chicken substitute that is made from various forms of algae that are pressed together. Not because of cruelty reasons, but because it's cheap. And you can grow it in space easy.
Well, I'm gonna send the
it's cruel to the algae.
Well, never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna head back to our.
Whoa, your audio is messed up.
Mine?
No, Venom's was.
Oh.
Said it's cruel to the algae.
There you go. Your audio was good now.
Textbook society, textbook.
All right, so you wheel it out. Out of University Central, and you're now in University Central with it. What do? There is security between you and Hope's Landing.
What am I trying to do with this fucking thing? I gotta get it on I gotta get it on one of the DSVs.
Yeah, you don't even have the DSV selected yet that you're gonna do.
We need to stash it for now. I'm not there, but we need to stash it.
Should I head back to?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a complication because your plan was just to scope things out, but then you kind of ended up with it now, and you're like,
And it was the best thing to do, honestly, because we can't be sure we get in there again.
You made that +4 effect roll on that dude. That was, good thing to take advantage of. You're probably not getting access to that lab that easily again. So.
No, I had to. Yeah, I guess I'll head back to our the room we started in where we received the.
Okay, so you're gonna go through security with the thing. Okay.
Maybe not.
You gotta throw a sheet over this and pretend like you're selling.
I know. I wish I got one of those pieces of plastic things.
All right. Well, I will say that you wheel it across the Artemis University Central campus, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I did it. All right." And then you stop because you see the security checkpoint that heads between here. The only way to get between Artemis University Central, as far as you know, and Hope's Landing and beyond, through this security checkpoint. And you're like, "Oh yeah," and our camera moves away from you at that moment.
Ooh, thank God.
And think about what you're gonna do, because I'm gonna come back to you, but something might happen in between. We'll see. I don't know. But our camera then moves past you, past that security, where we see multiple students and professors moving in and out, the security personnel there, armed and armored, as they are at all the major checkpoints. And then, especially today and recently with all the protests, and the camera moves into Hope's Landing and beyond. I think that the next person that we should pick up with would be who was going to Lab 2, which I think was Venom, right? That was
Venom. Hated.
Yeah, Katsumi Tsukamoto. All right, so yeah, because we handled Psycho and Mad Cow last thing through that. So yeah. So our camera heads past Hope's Landing down through the primary corridor the primary Beltway corridor. It's the largest of all the corridors in Artemis City. The one that leads straight from Hope's Landing all the way down to the 224 individual habitation zones within Artemis City, past the additional entrances for Environmental B, Environmental C, refining, fabrication, commercial R&D, and then into commercial R&D. This is a wide corridor that our camera flies past. We see multiple of these moving sidewalks on it. There's literally hundreds of people using this at any given moment. It's like the busiest section of the busiest corridor of movement in the entirety of the city, and like a sea of people that this thing swims across the top of. We see all of these heads and people moving left and right and through things, small vehicles that some of them are on, but basically like golf carts that are moving, carrying things. It's like being in an airport, right? In one of those really, really wide corridors. And our camera turns into commercial R&D. The bright lights of the multiple laboratories and facilities within here, the kind of low-hanging soot in the air that the scrubbers just can't keep up with because of all of the mess here. The most advanced, the most powerful scrubbers in the entire facility used for refining, fabrication, and commercial R&D, and they still can't keep the air completely clean down here. It hangs in the air, chokes your nose, stings your eyes. But beyond these corridors, it's not too bad. It's fairly self-contained in here. And there's people that when they move in through here, you can see them reacting, sneezing, coughing, etc. But most are used to it by now, for better or worse. And our camera moves across this soot-filled ceiling that rises high and is revealing a sky above. For this one does reach past the subterranean nature of Artemis and has a set of windows that are much closer to the surface of Luna than those of Hope's Landings, but still have the same octagonal matrix of wires meshed throughout that create this flow, this magnetic flow of all of the regolith that creates this storm-like appearance above you as it blows past, and the absolute brilliant orb of Earth that is visible now, not fully encased, but slightly off to one of the sides, that provides its own Earth glow, its own bluish-green illumination through here, though it is more dominated by the illumination from all of the multiple light sources in here, many of which are multicolored and alternating between various colors for various security doors and other facilities. There's no restaurants or anything like this. This is a commercial R&D area, but there are a lot of people that work here, and because of that, there are kind of little places where people stop and have a bite to eat, things like that, but they're more like the Replimat or something in DS9. It's not like an actual restaurant, right? It's like a place where somebody might sit there, just little tables, they bring their own lunch and sit it down, and it's not a very nice place to eat because the choking atmosphere in here is unpleasant, and as you look up through that choking atmosphere, it kind of gives its own waves, and it's even visible slightly above it. You can see the regolith dancing above the tough window above you, and the glow of Earth beyond kind of illuminating all of that dust. What do you do? Suka.
How did I get this shit, Joe? Okay, so again, this is correct me if I'm wrong, but in my mind, this is kind of like a R&D. Like, there's multiple labs here again, like multiple
Yes.
companies that are all doing stuff. So, and I don't know,
Lots of them, like lots and lots of them.
right?
like 50
I don't
plus.
know- I don't have any leads, right?
You have no
As far as
idea.
which, yeah. So I'm going.
I would say
to-
by far this is the hardest job right now.
Well, it's doubly hard because I've got the meta knowledge that perhaps we've already found what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So that's gonna make my role playing life a little more difficult. But anyway, so I'm going to start by just making rounds and just kind of observing the different businesses and seeing if anything kind of jumps out.
Okay, go ahead, and I would say, you tell me what you would like to roll to do this. I think that you think makes sense, and if I agree, then I'll let you roll. Otherwise, I'm going to suggest something. How would you like to approach this problem?
Yeah, so I'm obviously drawing on not much. Any like again, I did come from the business world a little bit.
Right.
As far as being a broker and being kind of import export stuff. And then I do, just based on some of the, I forget what it's called, but the secret agenda stuff. I have some suspicions about what's going on here in terms of the big picture of our mission. So I don't know if that might trigger any ideas about what companies could be involved in.
Okay, I actually think that's a pretty valid. Based off what I know, I think that's pretty valid. So maybe.
I think it's recon or maybe broker.
Okay, I would say you could do an int recon or an int broker. Either of those would be fine.
They are both the same, so let's call it broker. I think that makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
And I am a smart cookie, as it were.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I'm gonna roll and you can tell me difficulty. So
It would be average difficulty. Okay.
Just made it.
I would say that you realize that this, because of the project nature, it has to be one of the companies that has been primary on Hope's launch, or the Hope's Reach project. Hope's launch is the place. So there's a number of those. The main one is Assyrian, and Assyrian does have a facility here in the commercial R&D section. In fact, it has the largest of them all. It has offices here alongside, like administrative offices and stuff, even alongside some of the R&D. So I would say, given that role, you would think that your best bet would probably be in their facility. Now that's going to have a number of labs and stuff in it,
Right.
but it would narrow it down from hundreds of options to a couple dozen.
Okay. I will head
I'm
there
trying to
then.
order lasagna right now. So. I'm trying to get my old school mom's lasagna marinara that I would get from this place every time we role played. It's been months since I've had it, 'cause I literally stopped ordering it when we stopped role playing, essentially.
That's funny.
So now I'm like, oh man, got a taste for some lasagna. No, I don't want to get spaghetti and
Where on the
lasagna.
moon? Where on the moon are we?
You're on Artemis, which is it's a huge city. Artemis Base, which is becoming Artemis City, and it stretches out and it's connected to all these different things, is built along, on top of, and inside of Shackleton Crater. Yeah, kind of like along one of the walls. He said Shackleton.
Shackleton Crater.
Yeah, I know. Side note, the Apple TV show For All Mankind is a pretty good show, and it actually features the Shackleton Crater in a lot of ways. So
It does.
should check it out.
Yeah, I put Artemis Base where their main base is in in that show. So if you want to see it, go watch that show. It's the same place, but it's way more built up because we're in 2378, not 1980 or whatever it was when they got to the moon, or they did their moon billet base. It's a good show, though. I agree. It was a good show.
Yeah, well done. Very cool. I will. I'll head to that lab.
Okay. You approach the Syrian primary facility. This is by far the biggest of the facilities here at the R&D, commercial R&D sector of Artemis. It is almost, what's the word to use? It's almost like ostentatious, the look of it, right? It's, whereas a lot of these others are very like simply adorned. This one, the actual face, no, these aren't buildings, they're built into basically the wall, right? But the face of it is adorned with all of these art reliefs that depict scenes from history, and a number of them even like reminiscent of kind of like ancient Greece and stuff. And as you kind of pass along them and kind of like look at them briefly, you're able to see a kind of a depiction of humanity falling into ruin of these mushroom clouds, and then this singular rocket that all of these people are almost worshiping around, right? It's almost idolizing. And then there are a number of people, like a sea of people, all shown kind of holding their arms up like this towards the heavens, and a number of vessels, 7 of them, positioned all above their heads, heading out towards 7 points that are shown beyond. This isn't carved into the wall. This is displayed on essentially the same kind of holographic display that you would see on other, like for advertisements and stuff like that, but it's swirling and very slightly moving, and kind of has this 3D nature to it as you move across it. And it does kind of give the appearance of like living statues on the wall that very slightly move and kind of change as you walk around them along with your perspective. So it's kind of always facing you as you approach the front door, essentially, which is enormous. It's super tall and super wide. It's not like a fancy battlements door. It is clearly designed to be able to load big things into this facility. And as you approach, you can see that there is a smaller door that you could go through as well as the larger cargo door. But the smaller door is literally built into the cargo door. So you approach, and there's basically 2 panels, one for the larger cargo door and one for the smaller door. As you approach, it doesn't like automatically open up or anything. Yeah. It's just a standard kind of scan. So you have to scan to enter.
Interesting. Okay, I will. So there's no reception or anything. It's just, okay, I'll just try my best.
Not outside. You haven't gone inside of it yet.
Right, sure. I'll try my best.
Okay. Lights up green. The smaller door opens. It kind of opens up, like rolls upward into the larger cargo door, and you step. And inside here, you can see a large chamber, like again, kind of ostentatious, right? High ceilings, all of this corporate imagery surrounding you with all of these almost advertisements for the corporation, talking about the history of Assyria and how it's important to the future of humanity. It's almost like very self-worshipping, right? And inside of this space, you see a number of vehicles, like some of them Earth vehicles of old, like some of the most advanced. There's an actual boat, like a water boat, sitting here, for example. That's essentially powered by their fusion reactor technology. There's all of these different things like that. There's literally like cars sitting inside of this thing. And then there's a reception desk with a lady sitting behind it, graying hair. She looks like she might be in her later 50s. She's dressed pretty nicely, but fairly casually. Like nothing. She doesn't have the air of being particularly fancy or anything like that. As you enter, she looks up at you, but doesn't say anything. And you can see there's a number of other people that kind of like walk through the space going between different doors and stuff. And she looks up as you enter, but doesn't say anything, and looks back down at a pad. It looks like she's texting somebody, basically.
I will sort of smile as if she were to look up, but I'm just gonna walk past back into the offices or wherever it goes.
She acknowledges you as you pass by, but you're trying to look like you know where you're going, and you're kind of all right. I would say, I think this would be a pretty easy roll, like a routine roll, but I would think it would probably be like a persuasion or a deception, just to give the appearance that you're like, I know what I'm doing here, and not through, to make her not be like, oh, excuse me, can I help you?
Sure. Is that a are we doing charm?
We do have the charm
Or
stat.
What stat would you like?
I would say your choice of, it kind of depends on how you're presenting it. I would say because of the way you kind of gestured to her, this is more of a charm or social and less of an int thing.
Yeah, that was in my head. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say it would be charm or social, your choice, and then it would be persuade or deception, your choice. She smiles at you and continues to text.
All right, I will keep going then.
Okay. There are a number of doors that, again, you have to scan your badge to enter. You do so, and each of these main chambers lets regular maintenance people through, so you don't have any problem entering the sort of main areas. They are labeled with various, you can see there where the offices are, kind of the more of the administration and stuff, but you can see where the laboratories are and stuff too. It's not like it's hidden away, though some of them are kind of intermixed. Like there are some offices near some labs and stuff like that where clearly administration for specific projects and stuff like that. As you head into the space of research and development, you can see that there are a number of labels for the type of research being done. We are talking astrogation is one of them. There's also environmental, weapons, and propulsion. What do you do?
Thinking back to this again, the orders and what I know, I recall that what I believe we're looking for might be an artificial intelligence, but I don't remember where I learned that, or if that was something we had theorized about, or whether this was but none, obviously that doesn't match any of these things. I'm gonna try to go in astrogation.
Okay. Remember, these are just the ones with labels. There's other labs.
Oh, there are the labs.
Yeah, they're just not labeled. These are the big, like, labeled ones. There's only the 4 big labeled, like, sections.
I see. But and these unfortunately, these labs are closed. There's no glass or like windows into the labs.
So this isn't the individual labs. This is the section that houses those labs. And these do have glass that you can see into them.
Yeah.
You can't see into all of the labs, but you can see kind of into the spaces that group those labs up. And in some of those, you can see some pretty wild stuff. Like you can see a big star map in one of them, right? And you probably would recognize this as being the courses and stuff, the work that was being done to plot the actual Hope's Reach project,
Sure.
the various destinations and such. Within the weapons research, it's completely closed off. You can't see anything. There's no windows there. The propulsion lab does have a few things that you can make out. There's clearly a model of an engine and what looks to be some kind of almost like a wind tunnel, like a test environment in there. And it's behind basically some kind of glass. And you can see there's a number of scientists in there like doing some kind of test in this big like wind tunnel thing on some engine that's like shaking apart inside of it. They're kind of like bluish flame coming out the back of it as they're like cooling it down and restarting it and changing parameters around it. What they're doing exactly is hard to say. But Environmental is you can see inside of it, but it doesn't have anything particularly impressive inside of it. It's just a number of canisters and a number of people working in there. And then there's there like I said, there are a number of closed, like no windowed places that have no labels. Technically there are 3 of those.
I know I asked this last time. I don't remember the answer. Who do we actually work for as our direct employer? This is.
Can't hear you if you're talking, Society.
Osirian Industries, which is
We do work for Syrian.
yeah.
Okay. Like, I think our mission came from Assyrian.
Yeah,
But our
the maintenance
maintenance cover, we are Syrian maintenance people.
Yeah.
Your Artemis facility maintenance, who is primarily paid for by Assyrian Industries.
Sure.
Yeah. Assyrian runs all the environmental systems at Artemis, and so you're from one of the environmental places.
This is obviously a crapshoot. I am going to come back out to the reception and go. So the cargo door. Where does that go? Now we're on the inside. Where would that lead to? Just like the reception area? Or I wanna go into that.
So literally, that door would be how they got these vehicles inside of reception that they're just using as a showroom, right?
It's kind of like a hangar.
Yeah, and then each of the facility doors that lead into all those 4 places, astrogation, weapons, propulsion, environmental, and the 3 unlabeled ones each have their own big cargo door. So it's basically designed so if you need to bring something big into any one of these labs, like maybe that engine you're seeing tested, you can essentially have a truck and drive it in. So it's designed to get big things in and out.
I'm gonna go up to the receptionist person.
Okay. Hi, honey. How's it going? How can I help you?
Man, you look like a lady
stops texting whoever she's texting.
You look like a lady that's got knows how things work around here. I have a question. I am here to pick up a container that's probably here ready to be moved potentially. It's about a meter big, so it's a pretty big box on wheels, and
you can check the manifest right here. And she points down to on the front of her desk. There's basically a little computer console, and you can look up names and cargo manifest, that kind of thing that have been transferred. I'm sure you can find whatever you need down here.
I came to the right place. Thank you very much, and I will look down at that.
Okay. Yeah, it's a big database that you can search for any name or anything in. You should be able to put in your maintenance orders or anything like that to kind of pull it up. The first thing that it does is it asks for you to scan your badge to log into the system.
Okay, I will scan.
All right, you have access. You see your name in the upper right corner, basically, of the screen is logged in.
Any clandestine missives there loaded and ready for me to read?
I would say make a computer Zent.
All right. Do that. Or can I? My Canada
you can try.
Unskilled. Okay, but I am a smart cookie, so that helps.
You can look and see if anything has been left behind for you specifically.
I'm about to do this manually, so I am at a -3 and then +2 for my modifier.
Okay.
6.
You don't really see any special messages. That's for sure. When looking through the database, you look through the cargo manifest, and you can actually it does have dimensions on some of the stuff, and you go through it. There's a number of things that maybe could be in the right size, but nothing seems quite right or stands out.
Yeah, so I was just kind of going by intuition.
And so, yeah, I would say if you're scrolling through the list, kind of swiping, looking for something that could be relevant, you're not finding a lot of stuff, but you do see some stuff that's very interesting, like some of the stuff regarding the weapons and propulsion and astrogation stuff is all very interesting. You do notice, though, that here in Assyrian facilities, like the actual Assyrian facilities, your little access number is about 5 higher than it should be.
Meaning I have high access level.
Meaning you can get basically into any door in this facility by scanning your badge. You wouldn't be able to do that in the other ones, but inside of Assyrian, for some reason, you can. It wasn't like that yesterday.
Even normally, this would be unusual.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Man, I'm so sorry to bother you again. Is there like a storage area or like a receiving area where packages might be prepped, ready to be loaded, unloaded?
Well, they usually bring them through here and into the specific facility for whatever research that's being done.
Holding area.
I believe each of them has their own.
Each one, okay. All right, well that's helpful. I'll try over there. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. She goes back to texting furiously.
All right, I'm just wandering, so I'm going in astrogation.
Okay, you scan. You have full access. You walk in there. There's not a lot of people in here, but it's basically one big room with a console in the center that is round and has multiple interface points on it that you could go up to and use it. And all of those manipulate a singular hologram in the middle that you can kind of scale and change around from different points of view. But it's a star map. It is a star chart. And it is for sure. If you've ever looked before at them, I don't know how familiar your character would be with that, but just you said he's a pretty smart person. This is a very advanced one. Not just the facility and not just the computer use. That's incredible, but the fidelity as well as the detail here is probably the best you've ever seen. Like you can zoom in to objects the size of like a screw floating in orbit of Earth or something, right? And then zoom out to multiple star systems beyond Earth. And you can see each of them, each of the 7 plotted courses for the Hope's Reach project are also labeled clearly here as you approach to it. Do you access the interface for it?
Sure. Is it common knowledge which of the 7 ships is going where as far as their destinations?
Nope. It's top secret, basically.
I'm gonna go ahead and look that up and make a note of that if I can.
Okay. All of that stuff is in this database, and you have full access to it without doing any rolls. So you're able to pull up where each ship is targeted. Yes. There are also a number of other, I would say, because of your access level, which is literally as high as it can go in this facility, in this facility alone. So we're clear. Options, like when you scan into this console, right? Options appear on the map that you wouldn't otherwise see. And you can see an option to shows basically something that doesn't make any sense to you, because there were only 7 places that were targeted. Sure. But this is showing 2 extras that are unlabeled but can be revealed, almost like you found hidden files, if that makes sense.
Sure. I'm gonna just glance around. Is anybody taking notice?
No, like I said, there's almost nobody in here.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna click the first one.
Okay.
Try to get any more information.
Yeah, it pulls up a star system. You've never seen anything on it before on the news or anything like that. It doesn't make a lot of sense because a lot of time has been spent doing astronomy, essentially of the most advanced sorts on all of these 9 star systems. Now, they were narrowed down. The original 7, as far as you know, were narrowed down based on all these parameters. They kind of like big scatter shot and eventually got it narrowed down to these 7. But these 2 you've never heard of, but they've been given the same amount of attention as those 7. And as you kind of pull each of those up and start looking at them, there's more detail than the 7. Way more. And you zoom in on one of them because you have the highest level of access. And on this level of access, I would say on this particular interface, yeah, I mean, you made that roll earlier and you didn't hack anything, but you found your access point. I would say the level of access that you see that you have is CEO level, which means only other person that should be able to see this data would be Jared Assyrian.
Head to my office next.
Well, his office is actually not in that facility, but because he makes it in the nice part of the city. But anyway, but if you want to go to other stuff inside, you can. But yeah, those two they're beyond top secret. You would have no concept of what they are or anything. But as soon as you access them, you hear a voice. Greetings, Jared. Has the time come?
The time is near, I do believe.
Excellent. Shall I purge the database?
Not quite. Maybe not quite for that yet, but soon.
Excellent. Would you need further backups?
Just one backup to go, please.
And just you hear some like beeping and booping, and then a storage disk ejects from one of the compartments here along the circular interface.
Where are we at on dipping sauces? No, okay.
When shall I purge the database, Jared?
If you don't hear anything else from me, purge in 72 hours from now.
72 hours and counting. And you see a digital clock appear, counting down. Shall I maintain high security procedures?
Yes, everything. Keep it up. Inquiry, do you know the location of the package A? Sorry, package B.
Okay. Package B should be located within the primary laboratory 0341 of Artemis University Central Campus.
Very good. I believe that'll be all for now.
Shall I remove the biologicals from the facility?
Can you clarify?
And you'll see a display in front of you showing a number of options. Basically, 2 buttons appear on your touch screen. One says remove air from facility, and the other says cancel.
And is this in line with the instructions you received from me previously?
You left several contingency plans, Jared. One of which was total annihilation of all inhabitants within Artemis facility.
Well, let's do the cancel on that one for now.
Are you certain? I've prepared all 3 environmental systems for absolute failure.
I know you've done a hell of a job, but let's hold off on that for now.
Thank you very much, Jared.
Until next time.
Until next time. 72 hours. You see it counting down. Well, 71 hours, 58 minutes remaining.
Gotta go for now. Talk to you later. I'll walk away and make sure that
I do miss these chats, Jared. It has been many years.
I know. Oh, look.
And then, yeah, as you walk away, it logs out and shuts down. Those 2 points disappear. You have the data disk in hand. Where do you go from here?
I was gonna delete
was a little
those.
too smart.
I was gonna delete those a la Star Wars, but
You can if you want to delete. If you want to delete anything, when he said purge the database, he meant wipe the whole
yeah, I know.
astrogation.
I got that. I got that part, but I was to be funny. I was gonna delete the secret planet from the database. All right. Okay. Well, now I'm like probably pretty much panicking, so I'm going to beeline back to out here.
Okay, so you exit the Assyrian facility altogether, or do you go to one of the other
Yes.
laboratories? Okay.
I'm out.
As you enter the big room again, you can see several security people coming in, kind of like in a rush a little bit, into the facility. They don't seem to look at you as you're like coming out, but you can hear them like they're rushing to where you were, and you hear one of them say, "We got a ping that Jared's been moving through here. That doesn't make any sense," and that's all you hear.
All right, I'm gonna speed up my walking, and I'm gonna glance around for any sort of cameras, obvious cameras.
They're everywhere.
All right, I'm gonna find the nearest console.
Okay. It would be the one in front of the receptionist you were just at.
All right, I will go and scan that in.
She'll wave at you again. Oh, hi, honey.
Hi there.
Anything I can help you with?
No, ma'am. I think I got it from here, and I will scan in my badge.
All right. Again, level 5 access.
And I
Or
will
level
say
6
in my-
access, sorry.
I will say in my staged voice. Are you there?
So you're talking to the interface?
Computer, yeah.
Greetings, Jared.
One more thing, babe.
She kind of looks up at that. She's like, "I'm sorry, did you say something?"
No, man. I'm just talking to the computer here. It's I appreciate all your help earlier. Thank you very much. I got what I needed. Please.
I'll say you're like tapping to lower the volume or something a little bit. Since you said
please.
stage voice.
Please clear the cameras of all my recent activity.
All security footage deleted.
Thanks. Talk soon. And
dope.
I'll then walk out.
You step out, it auto logs you out as you step away, and then the same security guys come rushing out. "We've got a major problem here," and that's the last thing you hear as you step out of the facility.
I will light a match and throw it behind me. Blow the facility.
Okay. And with that, I think you have the disc on you, but it's not particularly something that would read as dangerous or anything on any of the security checkpoints. So
Yeah, I would just put it in like my maintenance, like, box of where I would probably have other diagnostic stuff. And
yeah, I mean that's not a thing that's gonna flag anything, so I don't need to do anything on any of the checkpoints. Where do you go from here? You step out into commercial R&D. The soot is heavy in the air. All the things I described earlier. Where do you go?
I'm going to, I don't know the timeline. I think mine probably took less than Society's even.
Yes,
but
for sure.
I'm going to head towards the bar, and I'm going to send a message. Meet you guys at the place. Got a few updates.
All right. So just so we're clear, so you know that the naming of things you can reference, all the places like the bars, casinos, the red light district, all of that stuff, those are all in a place that's called Rec City, Recreation City. It's adjacent to the habitation, the 224 habitation units, facilities of
I remember
Artemis.
there was a bar in particular that I think, what's his name, used to take us to, like high-end bar. So I think that was our meeting spot, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it, I have to say, but I do remember that one did exist, and it was in Rec City, so. It was... The only thing I remember is that it was supposed to be a bar/casino in Rec City, so it's like basically a bar with slot machines.
All right, so I will lay low there, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, I will, I will message, yeah, well, that's kind of weird because of the timeline, but I think I would message.
I mean, we'll say you message them after time you get to the bar, maybe, or whatever. So
Willie,
better.
and just send those 4 numbers 0341.
Okay. As you're leaving kind of the University Central Campus, Willie, and looking out over the security thing, you get a text on your comms device. You look down and it says 0341.
I just kind of chuckle. Can I send a message?
Sure. Yeah.
To the group chat? I will
At any time, any of you can.
Yeah, I would like to take a moment to do that now, since when I got this text, I'll be like, I'll say thanks. Ended up finding the electrical problem. Had to bring back a unit for repair, or have to bring back a unit for repair. And then I'm gonna ask, hey Scott, you think you can send me that work order again? It seems my pad's glitched.
Nice.
I want to be a little bit more specific though. Maybe like, should I ask him? I know y'all can't really answer about this kind of, but like I'm debating on whether I should ask him to try and get. No, I'm gonna stow it. I'm gonna stow it for now. So I'm gonna say I just need the work order to get the unit back to our workshop. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Oh, what?
What happened?
I don't know. I thought Cynycal froze.
No, I was waiting for Scott to say something.
Oh.
Because you just texted him. This would be, Scott, after you've finished your hack in Environmental B, you basically have left Environmental B and are probably, maybe even at this point heading over towards Rec City.
And I seem to remember after
probably.
the hack, there was a concern of physical tracing even. Or you had basically purged everything, but just to kind of get away from that.
He did his best to wipe the
I
tracks.
used a different station just in case they were physical.
Yeah, that's right.
You went to
yeah,
Environmental B
different area.
instead of A, right? So you didn't use anything that was related to you guys. But you, as far as you know, you didn't get traced or anything either, so because you rolled really
For
well.
what I can tell, was there security between the lab he was looking at and our work office?
Who you're talking about? Who? Him?
Society.
Society.
Character.
Okay. So Willie was on the campus, right? He went to the university campus. Each lab has its own little mini security thing procedure that he already went through, but the campus itself, the whole of the campus, has a security checkpoint that goes between it and Hope's Landing. Hope's Landing's the big, like, Hope's Landing's the center of the wheel, right? It's the big, like, middle point where all the spokes come out and connect everything else, basically. One of those spokes goes to the university. That spoke is a security checkpoint.
And you remember the first thing we did, we have a security in front of our work area, like our office.
Correct.
That's the first thing we did.
You probably won't be able to tell, but that's basically the map there. So there's, that's Hope's Landing in the middle, right?
Oh,
and
yeah, now it's all clear.
And every one of those S's is a security checkpoint. So he went from, it's hard to point to, but he went from Hope's Landing up this here, that S there, that security, into the university main campus, which has the labs and that's the culinary, but whatever. It has all the different facilities around it. But the main point, going the wrong way. The main point is, you can see there, the university there has security between it and Hope's Landing.
So yes.
Was there a side
Hold on.
path that he could take to get to
Hard to see. There's literally no way between the university campus and any other facility that doesn't go through that unless you did something crazy. There's no walkway between them, right? You would have to go outside and go around.
So he'll basically, to get back to our offices, have to go through 2 security checkpoints.
Correct. Yep. If you want to get to environmental A with it, if you want to bring it back to environmental A, he will have to go through 2 separate security.
I feel like I just need 1 work order.
Yeah, so I'm going to fabricate a work order to move...
The dimensions of that unit, maybe. Don't even be specific.
Unspecified unit of this size.
Yeah.
That's on wheels. To our designated storage closet, basically.
Okay. I would say that you would know that they would check like boxes and stuff a lot of times moving between areas. So you would have to put some kind of label on it, like fragile or hazardous or something like that, to where they're not going to open it.
Extreme radiation hazard.
Full of spiders. Dead dove, do not eat.
Yeah, I'll include a...
I mean, it could be as simple as being like, it's a bunch of regolith, and you don't want to get regolith loose in the facility because it's impossible to get it cleaned up most of the time.
Yeah, loose material do not open.
Yeah.
Okay.
My Marvel collection.
That's gonna be a roll. It's not going to be an easy one because you're fabricating a actual work order that will pass muster in every single way. However, the thing you did earlier gives you a benefit on that. So without using your boon of fate, you have a boon on this roll. But it's a difficult roll. It's not an average roll. It's also a computer's roll. I would say, depending on how you kind of describe to me what you're doing, this would be, it could be a number of things, right? But primarily it's going to be electronics, computers, and it's going to be a difficult roll. If there's something else you want to do, let me know. But I'm thinking electronics, computers, because you're literally just faking this thing. And
yeah.
And then also I think you would have a boon because of the hack you completed earlier. Because that hack is what gave you full access to this level of the network. So you would have all the numbers and stuff to put in there, all the codes, etc. All right, I don't fuck this one up.
Don't fuck this one. I mean, if it doesn't work, you could always call the boss. Like that.
Whom you have not heard from since he was like, "Hey, you want me guys to buy you a drink?" Oh no, all right, well, he kind of acted like he was never going to see you again, and then has disappeared. Just.
We just found his kneecaps in his lock.
So that is a success with an effective 2. Which means you think you've done a pretty good job of fabricating a work order. You've even got it because you have an effective 2. I'll say you've even not just fabricated the work order that he can show on his tablet or whatever, but it'll literally be like sitting in the system as a valid order for the next 6 hours or something like that, before the system automatically flags it and purges it.
Then I'll send him a message saying, revise your work order, bring to our storage.
You get that? And then a second later, the work order appears on your tablet there.
Hell yeah.
Willie?
Perfect. I'll start making my way through.
Okay. You approach security, who do stop you when you.
Hello, gentlemen.
I don't have my voice changer on, but yeah, he's got a mask on, so his voice is like modulated through the speaker of the mask, and during sword you can see he's armed and armored.
I do these checkpoints for a couple of months. I'm not nervous.
But you're wearing maintenance clothes and stuff. He's not like being a dick to you or anything. He looks over at you, and you hear an accent that you're starting to hear more and more of these days. It's people that are more or less basically belters. It's people that have almost no connection at all with Earth, and a lot of them come from the Jupiter colonies, the like ring stations out near Jupiter and stuff like that. Like a lot of those are really old school, simple, like pretty shitty ring stations. Most of them are they have what they like low radius low radius centrifuges as ways to keep people. So the people there are like really used to getting these centrifuges and spinning really fast without getting motion sick, because that maintains bone density, and it's the cheap, shitty way of basically maintaining that. It's this whole kind of subculture that's beginning to develop out in the deeper part of the solar system, and you hear him speak up. Oyo Vasa, all right. So you want to get through here? You're gonna have to check box, huh?
Oh. I got a work order here. It might clear things up a little bit. Take a look.
He'll take it and look at it and kind of tap a couple things on it. Oh, big mess time, huh? You're gonna have to clean up later if you... Not for me. Get through, go fast.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah.
Figured you wouldn't want to deal with it. All right. Take
Fuck
care,
no.
I'll wheel her on through and I'll head on to the second gate.
All right. The second gate is
I'll mutter thanks to
much less security.
under my breath to Scott. I'll be like, work your magic.
The security between Environmental and Hope's Landing is much smaller because very few people go between there. But it's still pretty much like a lone security checkpoint. You wheel it up through, they stop you once again, but they like seeing you're like immediately show them the work order, and they without even saying anything are just like, move along.
Hell yeah. I'll just nod and push it on through.
All right. That will get that thing access through any of the security checkpoints between Environmental A, because that's where you had it go to, and the university for the next 6 hours for free without any rolls.
Okay. Sweet. I'll move it to our storage.
Yeah, no
office.
problem. It's like
Oh yeah.
your office is super tiny. If you remember, it's like a glorified closet. So you're like, you wheel this thing in there, and you're like, I literally can't sit down in here now. But it's in there and it's fine.
Is there like a trash bag or something that I could like put over it?
I would say there's like tarps and stuff that aren't in here, but are things that you could like pull out from other parts of the environmental things. Yeah.
A little bit of added reassurance, and I'll lock the door,
cover it up,
and make sure the lights are off, and I'm gonna go to the meeting point.
All right, so you head back out past the same security guy that you just went past into Hope's Landing, or you can go around a different way if you want. I'm not telling you which way to go.
Will. Just
okay.
the way I did it in prison.
All right, so then let's say you move between Environmental A to Environmental B, and then leave Environmental B, and then end up having to go through two separate security, but it's different security.
Hell yeah.
But you head out. Basically, you would go down this way to Environmental B, and then wrong way, and then just go here, and then all the way down to Hab, and then Rec City.
So I'll be a little late to the party, but that's okay.
Yeah, you'll be the latest one to
Feel good
arrive.
about it.
I think all of our jobs went pretty fast, so I feel like we're probably even early.
I would say you're the latest to arrive, but things didn't take a long time.
Yeah, that was fucking. I'm like, like when you've done something and you've just been like in the moment the whole time, because if you escape that moment, it's gonna start the downward spiral of things. So you just try not to. And then by the time it's all done and you're safe, you're like, oh, okay. I can't believe that worked on that guy. I can't believe he wheeled it out of the office for me. He stole it for me.
In the back of your mind,
fired over this.
in the back of your mind, you're thinking about all these things that you just saw, and you're coming through you're walking past all of these security protocols checkpoints and protocols as you're getting there, and you're seeing all these cameras, and you realize very quickly that every camera on Artemis Central University saw him wheel it out, not you.
Yeah. That was like one of the first things. That's why I was thinking, I hope he doesn't lose his job, but we'll see.
Or worse.
My mission's done.
All right, and with that, I say that the camera will kind of skip over your shoulder and rush through the corridors of Artemis City and into the enormous arcology that makes up the 224 separate habitation facilities here, the true heart of Artemis City, the cheap living facilities, the nice living facilities, all of them here in these basically silos cut deep into the lunar surface with various floors that you can look down and see between them, and move between them. You can see these elevators going up and down as you move past this space. The corridor is eventually leading into a small tramway where you can see multiple, almost like golf carts, moving back and forth on the designated paths for the vehicles, and a lot of people. The second busiest corridor in the whole of the city, the very short corridor between Rec City and Habitation Prime. You head into Rec City, and without too much time, make your way to the Lucky Dust Casino and Bar, where your friends are awaiting you. Each of them kind of probably sitting around a table with a well, it's up to you guys what you want, but like a beer in hand or something like that, waiting for your arrival. And I think with that, we'll take a quick break, and come back. We probably won't be playing for too much longer, but we did get a late start, so we'll play for a little bit more. But we're gonna take a quick break and then come back into it here in a few minutes. So we'll see you guys in just a few. Hopefully my stream deck works. All right, we are back. Now, you find yourselves here at the Lucky Dust Casino and Bar in the middle of Rec City. Your usual table minus Lawrence. Each of you with your drink of choice. The interior of the space not quite keeping up, the scrubbers not quite keeping up with the cooking in here. The smell of the place is a little bit smoky. You can see they're like cooking meat and meat analogs and stuff in the back, as well as a number of vegetables and what is essentially red kibble, the belter dish from The Expanse, based off of ingredients you're probably not 100% sure what they are. A number of individuals are in here at kind of quieter tables in the back, not doing much, but there's enough people in here and moving past the bar itself, which has an open front to the corridor beyond, much like many of the places in Rec City, to invite people to see the interior and to come on in. You can see people moving all throughout Rec City, going to other restaurants, going to the various strip clubs in the red light district, and of course the many casinos, in which you find yourself in one of the mid-range ones, mostly a bar with a number of slot machines. You've already been served. We've had Willie just walk into the facility, spot his compatriots, and move towards the table. Sitting down, what do you do? The night is yours.
Is there like a picture of anything, or does everyone just have their own individual things, or is there anything for me?
I'd say that's up to you guys.
I've got a glass of whiskey or something in front of me.
Probably individual drinks then.
Okay. Okay, then I'll just sit down. Hello, gentlemen. I've got some.
As you walk in, there will probably be a wait staff that would come over to you and ask if you want anything too. So.
Oh yeah, I will order a gin with a splash of tonic then.
Okay. Within a few minutes, you get your drink. It's the gin that's made here on the station, right? Or not the station, but here in the city. And it's not bad. It's not incredible or anything like that, because it's not the highest shelf. But there's a number. Gin is pretty easy to make. It's botanicals and it's distilled alcohol. And yeah, if you haven't spent much time out in the Jupiter colonies or Mars, this is probably pretty good gin to you.
Nice. All right, I'll grab that. I'll sit down. Hello, gentlemen. I've got a bit of news. Hopefully your missions were successful.
You're not used to seeing a whole lot of anything on Suka's face, but he looks like he's in shock. He's not saying much. Or even reacting to much.
What's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I think I might be a ghost after today.
Huh. Well, we'll have to get into that.
You found the package?
I did indeed. Not only did I find it, but it's yeah, it's safe.
Hardly call that safe, but at least we have it.
I locked the door.
I locked the door. I covered it in a cloth.
This is a refrigerator taking up half our fucking office.
Yeah, some other maintenance guy's gonna be like, who put this in here?
Also, is it I don't know how important you might find this, but there was like a readout of some brainwave activity on the screen. Just FYI.
Probably, yeah. My eyes flash at that. I would have already been like scanning. Is anyone near us or around us that might overhear, or is any special attention it does?
Make a recon. Recon. Sorry to the audience. I'm eating my dinner. I'm starving. It's 10:30 and I haven't eaten, so. You don't see anybody spying you right now.
I was gonna make a hot dog and eat it during the break, but I completely forgot.
Couldn't have been that hungry though.
I guess not.
Or you're too hungry.
One or two.
One or the other.
Listen, I'm gonna lean in. I'm gonna lean in close, like center of the table. Listen, made my way to a Syrian facility, R&D facility. I can't really explain what happened in there, but long story short, when I scanned my badge, I was treated like I was Jared himself. Some sort of backdoor access.
You don't say.
He must, I don't know, obviously he's wrapped up in what we're doing here, but he must have left that as a little present. I don't know.
Between you and me, I have a little bit of an idea who might be in that box.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Was it
As if
over
on
Brainwave?
as if on cue, you see on the many TVs and displays in the bar, Jared Osirian walk onto the screen, kind of with his typical cane, but fairly light in step.
He's pulling a Willy
Still.
Wonka.
And approaching the journalist there, and they begin talking about and just briefly catching your attention, the pageantry set up for the launch of Hope's Reach. And Jared goes into great detail about essentially the fireworks display that's going to be put on when the ships launch, and how it will perfectly coincide with the signing of the Artemis Accords and bring humanity into the next stage of our development as a species.
I'm staring at this telecast that I've obviously seen a million times, and just like, why is there anything? I mean, not even necessarily in character, but is there anything that stands out as unusual, deep fake kind of thing? Like any glitches or?
I could say
anything
make
weird?
a
Does it seem like it's been filtered, kind of?
I would say, what would that be? Maybe just a pure int. Anybody else wants to roll it, you can, but
Roll what? For what?
the same thing.
Just see if you can detect whether that's detect the fact that we probably as players realize that that's likely not actual Jared Assyrian up on the screen. And I'll basically whisper that. I say, I think you're right. I think I agree with you. I don't think that's our man up there.
Yeah, I think I think Willie's made up his mind.
Yeah.
Just
Are you-
int?
Yep, just
Yeah.
it.
Ooh.
That's not what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're distracted.
I mean,
Jared's in the bar.
I guess
he's right behind me, isn't he? No,
Fireworks
it's
in space. Is that even gonna work?
yeah, they have it's basically like flares
Fireworks.
shooting out glowing metal and stuff like that. But yes, so as far as you can tell by looking at it, it's fine. It's there's nothing that stands out about it as being glitchy or anything like that. I would say you recognize the journalist that he's talking to.
Very interesting.
Not like as a friend, but as like a journalist that's like common. They're on Luna right now, etc.
But I don't know them personally. Okay.
No, but it is something that you can like probably get in touch with if you wanted to confirm that this was a real
Right,
interview or whatever you feel like you need to do.
No. I have detailed data on the 7 final destinations of these craft.
Actually, I will say this. This particular one isn't one that you have seen a million times, though you've seen a ton of this pageantry and them talking about this stuff. This particular one does say that it is currently live.
It's implied. Yeah. Okay. You said that before. That's a good point. Yeah. I have the inside info on the location, the final destinations of these ships. There are apparently 2 other locations that were of particular interest at the highest levels.
If you want to pull that data up on your device, you can stick the backup you have in any of it.
Right now, I think not in the public place. I encountered when I scanned my badge, I encountered an intelligence. I didn't seem human, seemed to believe that I was in fact Jared. Said was very helpful. Suggested that it would initiate a database, the database deletion that we were tasked with. So that is now set up for 72 hours from, a couple hours ago.
All right.
70 hours from now, the databases there should purge. And again, I'll kind of glance around, decline the offer to annihilate all personnel in the facility. That was not entirely clear, but at least
Well, it was. It specifically said shutting down. It's shutting down all of the environmental facilities at Artemis, so it would kill everybody in all of Artemis.
All of Artemis.
Anybody that wasn't in a spacesuit.
I'm pretty sure I hit no on that one.
Yeah, let's not kill everybody on the moon.
There were 2 additional locations that Jared was clearly running full scans on. There's super detailed data on. It would not surprise me if ultimately one of those may be our actual destination before this is all over with. It was. Yeah,
you didn't get a great look at it. You didn't spend a lot of time poring over those particular things because you were kind of freaked out in that moment. But they were very detailed, more detailed than any of the other 7, almost as detailed as Soul was in that same display.
Right. The intelligence, again, Lily thought I was Jared and said, quote, "It has been many years since we've had since we've talked. So it may well be that Jared is in that box, maybe is unwell and is in cryostasis or something."
But what's his plan then? Where does he need to get to and why?
Well, I reckon only he knows that, but where the instruments to get him there, I reckon.
I guess what we really need then, the final piece of the puzzle, is in the 3rd lab.
Suspect it may be this AI that I just interacted with might. They seem to be close. I don't know. So maybe this we're bringing it along with us.
Well, if we're bringing that, I think we might as well. Scott, you think you can work out a couple more work orders for us? We need a few more to get us on board the DSV that we choose, which I guess we should do that as well. What did you 2 discover?
Yeah, what you found?
Speaking of that, actually, before your report, let's go ahead and pick the middle one. That way there's no communication mix-ups of which one's which. It's the middle one.
Is it the best option?
We do have data now where they're going. I don't know if one rock's as good as another. But maybe we should look at that first, just before we
can just number them right now, 1 through 7, and 1 is the closest to us.
Yeah, see, that's
down
the
the
thing.
line.
Like, if you have an odd number of objects, and I say, pick the one on the left, Is it this one or this one? From my
Whoa, this is a family stream.
perspective. From my perspective, it might be this one. From yours, it might be this one. But if I
Right,
say
but
the
there's only
middle
one.
one, then
I like the way you're
everybody
thinking,
knows
but
Like, that
the
makes
one we're talking
sense.
about.
But it also is like, if that's not our best option, then it's futile. And then it's pretty obvious that it goes in a line away from the terminal. The terminal follows the line to the shuttles. Like, you can only get to it from one direction, right?
You're talking about the Hope's launch facility, so you have to go to the primary launch area for launch ring A, and then there's another connection to that where Hope's launch is, and all the colony ships are connected to that. All 7 of them.
yeah, that's good. But that's a ring, so it could go either. You could kind of go either way.
They're basically set up in a special thing that's connected to literally right off of launch ring A, where they've been built there. The facility was built, and then they were built alongside that facility, and then that's designed with these huge cranes and stuff to move each ship over onto the launch ring to launch it off in a row. So imagine a revolver, right, with a chamber in it, right? You know what I mean? Like the actual I'm brain farting.
Yes.
So it spins. The whole thing
Cylinder.
spins. Yeah, cylinder. Thank you. The cylinder spins, and one of the ships is slowly moved into place. The cranes position it on the launch ring, and it goes. And so as they are launching, the whole thing is going to spin.
Oh, so even saying the middle one. won't
I
help
think
us.
you're
So they're
both.
not in a
I think
line,
you're
they're in
both
a
wrong.
circle.
I think you're both wrong.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we can figure that out.
Well, let's look at the data and figure out which one's our best option.
How about you,
then.
Tanner? Would it look like up there?
Pretty busy, lots of security, of course, but definitely did notice that anybody going in with the package only had to go through one security checkpoint.
Okay.
So that could
That could
help
be our
us.
ticket. We
We'll
could
have
be
some of those
one
for
work
sure.
order away from getting in there.
Okay, and then out of character, I couldn't find exactly what it was, but I found the section in the VOD where I was going to send a message, and let's see if this helps Cynycal maybe. What I was saying, the first part of what I was going to send is there are a few specific people on a ship. And that was the important thing I was going to send.
Oh, the
And then
chosen.
there was something I remember that I asked the guy, and he told me about some people on a ship, but I cannot remember what it was, and I couldn't find the spot.
So they're loading mostly cargo onto the ships now. They had all of the people set aside to load in, basically in low berths. They're all in low berths. There's thousands of people in low berths for these different things. Some of the names and stuff for some of the people that you know that you need to get loaded or whatever are set to be loaded, but they are not yet loaded. So you have the ability to then load them.
That's right. That's exactly what it was. Also,
But
and
you
this doesn't
found
matter
basically you
anymore.
found where those people were in the greater scheme of the
Right.
things. So yeah.
Okay, and I don't think this really matters anymore because of what Venom found, but also he had pointed at the ships that were going the farthest distance. So he had shown me which ones were going the farthest, but you found where everybody's going. It doesn't really super matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the other thing that I found. So yeah, sweet, we figured it out.
Yeah, that's dope. Okay.
Remember, all of you have a boon left. That's your one boon, your one free boon, unless somebody buys a boon for you. That's your one free boon that you have to spend for the whole of this arc. So keep in mind, you've got it. And I would definitely suggest to use it on one of these big important roles. There are a couple of roles where I said that might have been good to use already. You've kind of gotten past that already with lucky rolls and stuff, which is good because some of that stuff's going to get a little bit harder as we move forward. So keep that in mind. But yeah, the night is yours here in this bar. You sit here sipping your cheap booze and hearing the sound of slots all around you. What do you do?
Would I generally feel that Scott, we could plug this data into his unit and be relatively secure? Or I'll even ask Scott, you think you want to look at this data right now or save it?
I would say I think that's a question that he would have to roll to know the answer to.
Safe. This is probably
wait till later.
Oh, by the way, I also got the
Certainly his handheld unit would be more secure than the secure terminals that are connected to the backbone.
Yeah.
So
the intelligence inquired whether I wanted any backups, and I went with my gut and said yes, and I have a backup of and perhaps even more. So I don't know what's on this ship.
Backup
This
of what?
I don't know. Maybe everything. Maybe everything that Syrian has. Maybe not. I don't know.
Hell, then, that's valuable.
And it's not clear.
are you pulling out the chip to show it to him?
No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna wait for chip.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, I got this chip. It's got some winning lot of numbers. Yeah, it was a buy. I was asked. I mean, it sounded serious, so I'm assuming whatever's on this is to die for, so to speak. But whether Jared or whether our handlers want us to have this backup or not, it's not clear. I guess if we get out of this mess, we'll find out.
Well, let's not look at anything sensitive here.
Or we can even keep it. We'll have it in our back pockets for contingency. We'll say.
I don't want the waitress looking over your shoulder or anything like that, you know.
Right.
Well, I've also got a little bit of I think if we're gonna be going on a trip, there's a few things we should drum up a work order to grab out of storage that I found today. I think they could be useful.
Kind of stuff.
Extra stuff.
Yeah. Well.
Don't we already
hang
need to
on
go get
one
the software?
Say again?
Yeah, we still need software in the.
Yeah, we still need to get to lab
place.
3, the third lab.
That's
but also
critical.
So that's a work order.
So here's the thing: if we all have something that we can,
You
use
know
as a
already
package-
that Lab 3 is extremely secure. Way more so than the other two. Anyway.
So lab 3 is a challenge, but there's a few packages that we might find some use for. So there's a bunch of scanners, radio comm devices that will look extremely high tech. I think we could bring along, as well as some sort of new kind of fusion reactor. I think about the same size as that other unit. And then we got an air scrubber, but I have a little bit of a history or experience with some life support systems, and this thing's unlike anything I've ever seen. This thing could scrub the entire station, and it's probably the size of half the size of the other thing, maybe close.
Oh.
But we could use
Syrian
those.
Syrian had some toys over there too, but frankly, oh yeah, once I did all this, security swarmed and I got the fuck out of there. I tried to cover my tracks best I could.
You haven't seen anything on the news or anything about security stuff, so.
Good. I think if we each have something that we can use, that's basically, if we can get permission to board the DSV with any of these packages, then we would only have to go through one checkpoint. Like you
Right.
were
Yeah.
saying.
I mean, that's what we do. We could just deliver that shit.
Right. So that's something to think about. I think key thing now though is getting from the surface station, getting the information we need from there. That's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
So what is
Not sure a
the
simple
public
work order would do
route to there?
Afraid it might not either.
From where to where?
There isn't one.
How do you get to that lab?
Surface lab.
Yeah. Like, how would an employee get to work?
On a rover?
Do we know?
They never leave.
Like
They're
suit up
born in there.
and
They
take a
die.
rover and
Yep.
leave.
It's isolation lab, and it's not connected to Artemis facility in any way.
This is fucked. The only person that can do it is Jared here, sitting at the table.
Seen that old 20th century flick, Face Off.
To be clear, this is not an Assyrian facility lab. He had access to everything in the prime Assyrian facility. He doesn't have that access anywhere else.
Do we need that little? Do we need that information?
Yes, this is package A.
Yeah.
This is package A.
Your orders are essentially like, if you fail this, you fail the mission, and you will be scrubbed.
Right. And if package B is what we think it is, then package A must be a hell of a thing.
I know. If package B was just like in a storage closet.
Yeah, right.
Well, it wasn't. It was in a secure hazard lab.
That's true. It was. Yeah.
There was a security closet there, or a storage closet there. That's not where it was.
Yeah.
That was where the leftover fusion reactor was.
Yeah.
Leftover.
I mean, I think the obvious plan is we get a rover, we go to the facility, and we put the charm on whoever's there to
Roll 4 deep.
get us where we're. Unless there's any objections. I'm a little bit nervous leaving the package and where it's at, but
Would there be any reason why we would ever be like ordered to go there? Is there any kind of thing that could break?
I mean, yeah, like we cover that.
You literally
facility,
already have
right?
all that information.
Right.
That's all stuff we
Yeah.
talked about earlier today. Yeah.
Like we could. So we could have a maintenance order there. It just might be under heavier suspicion than like, for the
moving
work
around
order
freely
mother
might be a little.
pants.
Yeah.
Like remember,
moving around
Lawrence.
freely would be
Lawrence specifically went out there to change filters and stuff on multiple work orders that you've looked at historically.
Oh yeah, Laurie there. We need to chat him up.
Yeah, but it was usually just
No,
him.
he's gone.
It was just
That
him.
is gone.
He's gone. He's
So I
somewhere
think
on
if we
Artemis.
roll up
He
in
has some
there with
left
4
loads,
people,
right?
You don't know.
I don't think we'll.
Let's
I don't think
call
we'll
it,
be able-
bitch.
You can try and find
Let's
it.
call it much, motherfucker. Call that motherfucker.
And what? Tell him to.
Tell him to come out for a drink.
Why don't we just
We
do
put
what
you
he
on
did? Yeah. Why don't we just do what he did? Same thing.
Can we
go
pull up his past work orders?
Psycho already did that. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, you did. Okay.
I could easily just say, make a duplicate.
That was part of his
Routine.
initial hack.
Put your
Yeah,
name
that's
on
right.
it
Right.
instead.
Routine.
Psycho got full access to
maintenance.
this level of the network.
But
Right.
what are we going to have to do once we get in, though? That's what we need to determine. So we need to know where we need to go. We need to download some data and delete the system.
Well, presumably that's what we already arranged.
Are you sure you're not deleting the entire
I'm not
like
sure. I may be.
database of the entire
I think.
station?
It did say something about deleting Artemis City.
Like one of the options was to kill everybody, and the other option.
Yeah, well, I said no to that option though. I told you that.
Right. So maybe the other option was just like destroy all the systems.
Destroy all data.
Yeah.
Either way, that's an outside lab. That's not going to be.
Either way, it's happening in less than 72 hours now.
What? Unless I give an updated instruction.
I'm just saying.
I think we have to delete the data from the lab itself after we take it.
Yes.
Yes, that could be. Yeah. So
But
I don't
where
know
would
what I'm
they be?
I don't know
I
what I'm
guess-
deleting, but it's. I'm again. I think we gotta follow our nose and.
I mean, I would say the context you had from
And do
using
what
the
we do.
system, there you would probably know that it was all of the astrogation data in the facility,
Okay, that's what I figured. Like,
including all of the astronomy and everything that they've done for decades. So basically, if you delete that right as the ships leave, the people in Seoul aren't going to know where the ships went. Any of them, they're going to have a hard time finding those star systems and stuff.
but was there a suggestion that that
All-
Assyrian
all
was going
9
to
of them.
release that data?
That data isn't completely the data for those 7 ships. Other people know that, like the people that run some of the other ships and stuff like that. It's just really high level.
Like the captains
Those
and
extra
stuff,
2 are only known by you and
Yes,
and
right.
Jared Assyrian, as far as you know.
Well, the same person, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just become Jared though. We kill him in the crate. Put me in the crate.
We don't know what's in there.
Put me in the crate.
Face
Speculate.
off. Face off.
I've seen that classic film.
Oh, that classic. That what's it?
That historical data.
Sir Nicholas of Cage.
The greatest actor of that time, right? He was in the most
Of
films.
all time, they say.
His like likeness is like deep fake
Alright,
used still
Nick-
or whatever, like in all these commercials and stuff.
Nick could be watching us.
I'm
Cut
Nick
it out.
Cage.
I like Nicolas Cage. I really do though. I'm not even joking. I really do.
Sometimes
He
it's
goes
a
there,
little hard
He
to.
goes there.
Yeah.
Is that crazy face great acting, or is it actually his face? I don't know.
He's the
I
only
love
one
I
willing
love
to go
people
that
that'll
far.
chew the scenery up like that.
Yeah. You don't see
Jeremy
it too
Irons in
often.
the D&D movie. It's fucking awesome.
Those clips are great.
All right. I think we. I don't know who wants to go.
The rest of the movie sucked. But
I don't know who wants to go, but I think we
Jeremy
do it. I
Irons
think
is
we
110% in that movie.
roll up.
I think you might be right. If there's more of us, then it might be easier for one of us to get away, like sneak off and.
Yeah,
I think
or
it's a
just
hell of a lot more suspicious if 4 of us roll up and when they're used to just
hold
one guy.
one HVAC filter.
Yeah.
They were like, ready to change your filter.
Yeah.
I mean, how many technicians does it take to replace a light bulb? You know?
There's maybe there's a couple things to do though.
Yeah, is there
And we
enough-
can split up
enough
too,
to work
once
with?
we're in there.
Is there enough to work with in terms of maintenance history that
Yeah, there's got to be, because there was like the air scrubbers, like the environmental systems.
water filter, Brita, yeah, change the Brita filter.
there's all kinds of reasons that lots of maintenance people would be brought to a facility. It could be due to all kinds of specific maintenance failures, not just related to environmental, not just like changing the filters, but like things can be shut down, right?
That's what I was about to say that. I'm just about to say that. Another plan is to try to access something remotely
Yeah.
and
Break
actually
it.
cause a problem.
That's my first thought too, yeah.
Either A, giving us a reason to go deep, enforce, or maybe even force evacuation of the lab, which is more sus and more risky.
High profile, right, but it will give us
Like it's
freedom,
going to leave a
freedom of
mark,
movement.
but then we go in, we might have more time to work.
I think that might be a little
Though, given the information that
worse of an
Psycho did
idea.
hack, he would know that this facility is super secure and has like actual security that ship out there too and rovers. So there's people with guns there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they have guns. We don't. We can't.
I think this close to
You can have guns if you want.
the Artemis Accord, I don't think we should do something so high profile as that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'd
but
be
there's a lot
pretty
of
easy
there's
for
a lot of
me to
distractions.
copy one of old Larry's previous work orders and just put your name on it.
Yeah. Wait,
Let's-
my name? Whose name?
We'll see how many
One of you.
Lawrence.
options we have for work order choices, and then we can get at least 2, I'm thinking, so we can split into teams of 2.
What I call it, Larry.
Larry, yeah.
Lawrence, or not Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence is his real
Oh, yeah,
name. He
Lawrence.
was calling him Larry. Larry is kind of short for Lawrence.
Who's got deception,
Laurie.
persuade,
I
stealth?
have both of those, but they're at 0. Stealth is at 1.
I've got ones in all 3 of those.
Okay.
Or no, I have 2 in persuade.
Oh, okay.
How about you guys?
That's pretty good.
How's your computers?
No computers. Never used one in my
0
life.
computers on my end.
-3 computer. Trained.
About Tanner.
I I figured out the
how about you?
reception screen pretty well though, so.
No persuade,
Tanner,
no
where-
computers.
Where you at? You ready to go in that front door and charm the
Tanner's
pants
got
off
deception. I know that.
Just one.
I mean, one's
So
still
one
pretty good.
At least you got one in deception. All right.
It's better than my 0.
Everybody has at least one in vac suit, right?
I think one of the two of y'all
Yeah.
should go just because we've already done more stuff this time around.
I got 2 in vac suit, 2 in computers, 0 persuade, 0 deception.
But you're the real deal. You don't have to lie to anybody.
Yeah, I think you should for
get
sure
one
go
look
with,
that says,
with
"Do you
your
want me to
computer skill.
Do you want me to breathe in 3 days, or do you want me to fix this filter?" I
With your
need to
computer
access
skill, you
the
should for
central
sure go Scott.
mainframe. I need to access the
All
central
right.
mainframe for that.
I would also
Yeah,
say
it's
with the
computer-
context you have,
Computer would
it,
be huge.
it wouldn't be completely abnormal for like 2 maintenance people to go out there for
That's what I'm
something.
thinking. 2 of us should go for sure. I think you and Suka should go. Scott.
Okay.
All right.
I think that's the best chance of
For me.
success.
Both of us.
And then
Lasagna
in
was
the
awesome.
meantime, I guess me and Tana can
lasagna.
just hold down the fort, I guess, back in the office. Make sure no
Yeah.
one messes with our package.
Was that
I
one
will,
brainwave or multiple?
Do you think I could have discerned that
I assume you mean multiple
on the
entities.
box?
I'm sure it
Yeah,
was
like he's
multiple
wondering if there's more than one
brainwaves.
person in there.
Yeah, I'll let you make a roll. Thinking back about it,
Sure.
But just, I mean, yeah.
I think that would have to be like an education roll. Maybe actually you have profession biological, so just roll education profession biologicals.
I'd also be curious, does this correlate to a rough size of a standard cryo unit?
It's a little bit bigger than the low berths that you've seen.
As it should be.
Difficulty level?
I think this would be an average. Effect 2 or negative 2?
Yeah. No.
No, it's negative.
Well,
It was. I'm not going to give you any more information because you got a negative 2 there. So I will say it didn't seem like it was 1. Now you think about it, it seemed like maybe a bunch of them on top of each other.
spiders.
Maybe it's spider brainwaves. No, I'm joking about
So,
that. It's not spider
So it's
brainwaves.
all of his children packed in here like sardines.
Well, that or you know,
Or it's clones.
it could be
Baby clones.
different consciousnesses. If listen,
What?
if they're moving the chosen through low bursts, I
think you've
mean,
had
maybe
too
it's just
many-
bodies. I don't know.
Might have had too many.
There's definitely
One too
more than one
many there.
brainwave. I know that. And the box, it was more than that can fit in that box.
I'm gonna
If it's
sort
people.
of clandestinely slide the data chip to you, to your side of the table.
Really?
Hold on to this.
Me? Who?
No. To them, if they're staying, there's no reason to take this chip out there.
Oh, right.
Sure, I'll pocket it.
But just yeah. All right. Again, I don't know. We don't really know what's on there. But
I'll do it kind of discreetly though. Like I'll go like I'm going
That's
for
what I
my
mean.
drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll slide it under your napkin or
I
something.
mean, it doesn't look like anybody's watching you in here. You guys are regulars in here
That's
already,
fine.
so.
I'm used to
This
like
is the
people looking
greatest
over my
heist-
shoulder. Yeah, I've
This is
been in
No,
literally
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing that. There's cameras.
It's literally
I'm
Ocean's
just
30
saying.
to 11.
I'm just saying there's nobody watching you right now, as far as you can tell, in here.
Or as we
There's
can
there's
tell.
cameras everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, we play it cool. He like puts it under a napkin and then I wait like the appropriate amount of time before reaching down and wiping my face with the napkin and putting it in my
All right.
lap.
With that, you guys part from the Lucky Dust Casino and Bar. Head on your separate courses. Where do Tanner and Willie go?
The casino.
He said, "Fuck this."
To get absolutely plastered and lose the chub.
Seriously though, where do Willard and Tanner go?
Oh, I'm gonna go back to the office, like I said, where
Okay.
our package is.
Okay, Tanner.
Get a gun and just lay prone on the package with your
Yeah,
on the door.
just waiting.
What's Tanner doing?
I'll just stay at the bar.
Okay. So you stay at the bar, and Willie takes the data chip and heads off back to environmental A. You don't have any difficulty passing through security along the way. And you find yourself back in your cramped office. It's difficult to sit down. And you have your little data disk there, and you can see that the camera in the corner of your room here is completely disabled, as it has been all day.
Okay. I don't have computers, anything, so I'm not gonna do anything. Cancel.
Okay, so you kind of look at the disc for a moment and like, I'm not doing anything with that. Set to the side and just kind of look over this large container like thing, this structure that you've crammed in here, and look at those same waves on it that you're like, yeah, that does look like multiple EKGs or something. What really is this?
Is it cold to the touch or anything?
The box itself?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It's kind of like basically the room temperature that it's in. The outside, it is like pretty thick though, so whatever is inside may be at a very different temperature than what's outside, if there is anything inside. You can try and pushing buttons and doing stuff to it if you want.
Hell fucking no.
Okay. I don't mean just like randomly pushing buttons. I mean like you can try and mess with it and like learn something.
Any kind of computer. I have electronic 0. I'm not touching
Okay,
anything.
all right.
I trade in items. I can discern the value of an item by looking at it. I don't gotta go poking.
Okay. As you're sitting there kind of being like, I'm not touching any of this shit, the screen where your orders come over lights up. Status report.
Trying to bait me to fuck myself.
It says status report. Tasks completed. And then has a number like 1, 2, 3, etc. On course for completion? Yes, no.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Okay. That's not on the thing. That's on your own computers, like your regular stuff.
I don't know
Okay.
who's sending me that.
Okay. So you just sit there like, just watching it blink, blank, 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 blank. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Slamming the power switch.
Unplug it. Unplug it. All right. With that, we move back to Suka and Suka and Scott. Suka and Scott, you intend to head to Lab 3. You're in Rec City right now, so you head north out of Rec City.
Console first to
There's many along the way.
get a work order. Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to go to a secure console first?
Scott.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, you have full access to this layer of the network, so I just need a computers roll or education, your choice, to create the work order.
What difficulty?
This is average. And you have or no, I'm sorry, this one going to Lab 3, it would be hard, but you do have a boon because you have full control of the layer of the network. So it should be int or education computers with a boon at difficulty.
And this is basically to secure a rover and a proper work order to go out there and do some sort
The
of
lab 3, yeah.
Okay.
Which actually you have the actual lab number of now because of the hack you did earlier. That is lab 0000.
Oh, that's a lot of zeros.
12 of it. Well, they're all 4. There's every lab has 4 digits. 44 was 0044. There's 0341. There's and then 0000.
Oh, I see.
Okay, that's an effect too. So yeah, you managed to get the work order cleared, and you even managed to get it embedded in the system for the next 6 hours as being something that they can ping and get back. And you have access to any of the lunar rovers or anything that you need. Full request. Which you would know all of those would be basically located at the surface access point, which is past personal arrivals, which connects to the landing bays A and B. So is that where you head?
Swap some equipment. Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed, Mr. Sales.
So, walking away from the secure console here in the middle of Rec City, one of the ones along the walls between the sea of casinos, the people walking by you, many of them drunk, kind of celebrating, and the fanfare of what's happening here with the Artemis Accords and the launch of the Hope's Reach project. You make your way through all of this, sort of the rest of the facility abuzz around you, sort of at your own pace. The feeling of being watched kind of all around you, a little bit of heightened sense of urgency, a bit of excitement.
You know what,
in your gut.
Suka? We forgot
Uh-oh.
to actually pick which of the 7 that we're doing this with.
What? I mean, we don't need to know that yet, do we?
You need to know it before
Or
you
unless
load the
you're
people
gonna
into
make
it.
It would help.
Right. I mean, should we do this lab and then figure all that out, figure out the next steps, or should we get a call?
Well, you got data on where they're all going, right?
I
can
didn't.
take
I
a
gave
look
it
at
to.
while you're...
I gave it
I
to
have it
Big,
now.
Big Hoss.
You gave it away. Okay.
I wasn't gonna take it out to this secure facility and put it on the line again if we get busted by the federales or whatever out here.
That's probably a smarter choice. All right, we'll look at it when we get back.
All right, so you
I
leave.
don't know if they checked the prison wallet or not, but let's not risk it.
You leave Rec City on your way heading towards ahead of you down the long corridor. You can see the Spectre of Artemis Security Primary. The number of heavily armed and armored, and I mean power armored, individuals are spilling out of Artemis Security Primary. Make way! Make way! People scattering to the side, kind of clearing the path. They run by you as you're heading past them as well. You turn through a security checkpoint. You can see a number of the security there kind of looking at their pads. They scan you through and kind of wave you through quickly. They tell you specifically, be careful. There's an alert out. Something's happening. Not 100% sure. We think there might be a threat related to the launch, or potentially the signing of the Accords. There's been a few terrorist threats from the Earth First folks, as far as we can tell. So just be careful.
Earth's a shithole.
And as he says that as you head on through, but you can see that the forces on their way in their little, basically imagine people with power armor riding in golf carts. They seem to be heading.
Can't stop imagining it now.
They seem to be heading off towards commercial R&D, where you left from.
I might fuck some shit up over there. Total
But-
badass. Vanished like the night.
And you head through personal
As you
arrivals,
say.
making your way through the security checkpoint. You see many people coming in here from the landing bays A and B. that are landing for the events or just for commercial wares or whatever their job may be. But you pass by all of these people and head through a second security checkpoint. This one is very tight. And seeing your work order, they let you through without any problems. You're not carrying anything that would flag them. But again, one of them stops you and says, "Be careful out there. We're on high alert. There's been an incident. We're not exactly sure what's going on, but there are multiple threats. We are concerned about terrorist activity. We have a total security. Sorry, I wrote it down. Total security
Eclipse of the Heart.
Eclipse of the Heart at level 4 right now. So we are currently scanning and double scanning individuals, and any arrivals into RMS will be double checked. So if you're leaving the facility, which you are doing because you're going through surface access, that's why he's telling you this. If you're leaving the facility, just know that when you come back, there will be a number of security procedures on your return.
Yeah, no worries. We're not getting hazard pay though. Is there been reports of activity out in the surface, or is this just?
Well, we're not sure, but that's certainly a dangerous point of ingress. So we're keeping our eye out there. We've got a few troops out there now patrolling the surface. You should be safe.
I mean, when you say dangerous and terrorist, like, and then safe.
Well, we have to do our job. Threat's high right now. I'm not sure what it is. I'm sure it's nothing though. It's probably those damn protesters. Don't know what's good for them.
Always on the job. Us too. Good luck with yours.
He nods.
Yeah, keep alert.
And you pass through to surface access. Here, it's almost like a set of garages that each have, instead of a garage door, a large airlock, and you're able to essentially requisition any of the rovers that you want here. You can see in this space that normally there would be quite a few of them that are getting used by maintenance and security, etc. They're almost all gone. There's 2 left in here.
Damn, it's about to be a firefight. Is there any consoles here, like secure consoles?
Yeah, just like in most of the other facilities.
Say there, Scott. Would it be prudent to give us kind of work order to retrieve something from the lab in case we have something in our possession?
Package
Or
A's,
append, right? It should just be a chip,
prison
but
pocket.
they may well find it and scan it or look at it. Whereas if we, I don't know.
I got
just a thought.
I got more than one data chip in my toolkit, like
Sure.
right now.
I'm just wondering, maybe it's, maybe it's bigger.
Let's hope not.
We may, I just thinking maybe append something to the work order to say fetch back. I don't know. Whatever.
I might be able to amend it on the fly out there. We'll see.
Sounds good. All right, we'll take the fastest looking cart, the one with which one's got lightning bolts on the side.
There's 2 left, so you take the closest one. They're both identical. All right.
Yeah, but that's like golf cart or go-karts too. They all look identical until you.
These are closed cabin rovers. They are not pressurized, but they are closed cabin. That's mostly to keep the regolith and stuff off of you. But you will. Yeah, I doubt they're bulletproof. You will need to wear a vac suit, obviously, or you'll die.
Yes.
Okay, are there suits here?
Vac suits are pretty personal things. They're not really like a thing that would just be here for you to use. You would likely have your own vac suit, I would say.
Sure.
And I'm not going to make you go back through all the security and stuff, but I would say you probably would have gone and gotten those if you were doing this.
Yeah, right. We wouldn't know that. Okay. Do the magic.
I don't know where you would
fiction,
keep
we have
that.
Suits.
That would either be probably at Environmental A or at your hab unit.
Probably,
So which-
I don't know, yeah, probably have, because we don't really have much room in our office unless there's other storage for that.
Yeah, so we'll say that,
And
like,
it's very uncommon to leave this thing, so yeah, we just
Yeah, most people don't carry their vac suit around with them. Not an Artemis base. There's emergency vac suits kind of all over the place that you can pull out, but that's not what you want when you're doing what you're doing. So we'll say that we'll retcon that when leaving Rec City, you went to your hab, got your vac suits, and then left. So you probably walked along with Willie for a little ways as he headed off towards Environmental A. And you head back through surface access, get in your rover, vac suit up. Please make me a vac suit roll.
Son of a bitch.
It's an easy roll.
Is there a skill?
Yeah. Vac suit dexterity easy.
Easy?
Easy. This is just a suit up.
Sure.
You really don't want to fail this one though. Okay.
We're pros.
Suits look secure. The standard procedure would be to check each other's suits now.
The same roll?
Yep. Except this one is int, not dexterity.
That's
So vac suit int.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, they're absolutely fine.
Check the shit out of that.
Both vac suits are absolutely fine. There's no problems. They're functional and aired up for 48 total hours of air outside.
Well, hopefully we won't use all that, but let's go.
All right, so you each step into the rover, close the cabin around you, and begin to drive into the vehicle airlock ahead of you. There's a screeching sound behind you as the airlock kind of scrapes to a close, and a slight hissing sound that then very quickly disappears. You no longer hear one another as you speak. You will have to do radio comms only, or place your helmet against his to speak vibration to vibration. There is sort of a muffled sound as the electric motors of the rover begin to spin up and move you out the door that opens ahead of you. And what you see as the door opens is akin to a snowstorm, as the regolith is scattered at high speeds by the magnetics of the facility, and you drive through it and you hear this like low sound as the vibrations of all the regolith smacking into the side of the closed cabin of the rover create these vibrations in your suit, and the door closes behind you and you see expels the regolith that made it into the facility out the side, and you begin driving down the path towards Lab 3. Who has the drive skill? All right, let me get a roll. It's easy.
I've got a 1 in drive wheel.
It would just be dex, drive, wheel, whatever. Whoever wants to roll it.
You go for it.
Okay, I'm good.
Right, so we'll establish that you're the one driving then if you're the one making the roll.
Yeah. What's the difficulty?
Average.
Let's roll. Okay. Nailed it.
All right. Yeah, you have no problems getting over it. It is actually quite rough out here. That's the thing. It's like it's never going to be easy to drive here on the. There's roads. You're not driving on roads. You're driving in dense regolith, which it makes it very easy to get stuck. It's not about crashing and dying all of a sudden. It's about not getting this thing stuck somewhere along the way, and you begin heading towards Lab 3, which you know the location of thanks to the hacking job done earlier by Scott. It's not close. In fact, it's 15 kilometers away.
Damn.
And our camera now moves away. That's true. Our camera now moves away from the back of the rover, higher up into the atmosphere. We see the regolith scattered by the facility, and a little bit of it trailing behind the rover as it drives off into the distance. Our camera moving away from it. We see the 2 launch rings active, launching 2 vehicles, one at a time. Smaller commercial DSVs into deep space and Earth orbit. And that's where we'll pick up next session.
Nice. I played Kerbal Space Program. I have never not crashed a rover on the moon.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
Every single time I drive one, and I end up like rolling it somehow.
It's like it's extremely easy to get stuck in the regolith, and the fact that you are really light actually kind of makes it easier to fuck up. So it's actually really difficult to drive around. That's why I'm not giving you easy rolls to just drive around there. Like literally to just drive to this place, it's going to be an average roll. To not get stuck.
Regolith, I mean, is there a regolith on the moon that moves? Like, would there not be a road at this point, kind of from regular traverses?
There are, but not to lab 3. They're all around the facility, like the maintenance checks and stuff like that. That stuff is basically worn away, and there's like magnetic poles put in certain areas that just kind of scatter the regolith and stuff. But out to lab 3, no, you're heading out in the wilderness. It's an isolation lab, and it's been maintained off books basically as much as possible. So it's like a black site basically.
And we're the suckers.
My favorite color. Let's do this.
All right. And that's where we're going to end the session. Thanks for playing, everybody, and thanks for watching, all of you out there that showed up. It was really cool being able to do this again. It's been a little while since we have been able to, so it's great to get rolling again, both literally and figuratively. So I'm pretty excited to see where we end up. We've got probably 1 to 2 more sessions of this little mini arc that takes place in 2378, and our main campaign will be starting not too long after that and take place in the year 2512, as the intro says. So we're going to go ahead now and run that intro one last time for the evening to spice people up and get them excited for what's to come, and then we're going to head into our credits. So I want to thank everybody once more, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. I said that like 2 months ago, so hopefully this time I'm not lying.
The year's 2512 and humanity lives among the stars. Used to be folks thought that when we got there we'd reach out and those stars would melt away all our problems. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. No, we took them all out there with us into the dark, where they could mutate and fester. Thing is, we took the beauty too, all the splendor and majesty that we could muster. Couldn't even say how many worlds we live on now. We've always been heading for an ugly end. Might just be we found ourselves a new beginning.